A 6-year-old boy with impossibly bright yellow hair was panting and sweating as he performed push-ups in a small
That might have
grassy
been the best
field.
accident that could have ever
Well,
happened.
tried to anyway. Arms shaking,
Funny.
Naruto Uzumaki, persona non gratia in the ninja village of Konoha, prankster extraordinaire, and determined to
See what
become
it
the
is
strongest shinobi his
immediately.
village had ever seen,
Before I
gritted his
forget,
teeth as he
go
tried, and
by
failed,
him,
to
put him
perform the
back
next set
out
of
there.
push-ups. Come on, just one
He
more.
maybe, I don't
I can
know.
do this, Databeo. Come on, stupid arms. Work. Damn
I
it.
should have got the
Work.
Naga, that was my
The
bad.
child yelled inside his
Ripper
head,
Dipper.
glaring at his trembling arms as if they
Let's
were the cause for everything that was evil in the world. Sadly, his glare was insufficient to keep him up, and with a soft thud, young Naruto's
do
body
it. I
fell
think
to
I
the
do want
ground.
to have him out.
Naruto groaned in
I'm not
defeat.
sure, it's just like another
Before rolling
card.
over so he was lying on his back, looking
We'll
at the
see.
clouds that were lazily drifting by overhead. Unknown to him,
I
many
need
Nara
somewhere to
were
play
currently doing the
these
same.
cards though right now, so
Still lying on his back,
let's do
disappointment clearly on
this.
his face, Naruto heard the grunts and pants of his fellow classmates as they too struggled with the exercise. His class was outside on one of the training fields of the Ninja Academy, the teachers finding the pleasantly sunny day to be perfect to engage the class in some physical exercises. The class disagreed. Still, the rest of Naruto's classmates had noticeably less difficulty with the exercise than he did. This wasn't very unusual, given that many of Naruto's classmates were several years older than Naruto was, the 6-year-old having applied for the academy at a far younger age than usual. As a result, whenever they were assigned physical activities, Naruto would almost always fall behind. The only exception to this was whenever the assignment was endurance-related, Naruto having not met anybody who was his equal where stamina was considered. Not that that mattered to the young child, who, with the logic all 6-year-old boys possess, thought that physical strength was both the coolest and most important thing a shinobi to be could have. This led to some sneers being sent at the small blonde, who had by now finally regained his breath and was now sitting up, looking dejectedly at his hands. Why am I so weak? Shinobi are supposed to be strong, right? How can I ever become a shinobi if I'm not strong? Naruto thought to himself. So absorbed in his thoughts, he didn't
That
even
was a quick
register
one.
the sandal-clad feet standing in front of him, before a bellow brought him back to the real world with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Uzumaki! The small child yelped in surprise, almost flying
I
a
do
few
need to get rid
feet
of
off the
something
ground
here.
in shock, before
So
realizing who had called his name.
what's it gonna be?
He
What's it
gave a
gonna
sheepy
be?
grin at his
Probably him.
academy instructor, scuffing his feet.
Don't think about it too long, you know?
Considering the man's furious expression, Naruto didn't think he was impressed. Uzumaki, the man ground out between clenched teeth. Do you mind telling me why you are sitting here daydreaming instead of finishing the exercise like I told you to? Naruto clenched his jaw before looking at his feet, mumbling something lowly under his breath. What was that? Speak up, Uzumaki. I didn't hear you. The blonde winced at the harsh tone before speaking up a little louder. I said that the exercise is too difficult, the boy said softly, feeling more than seeing how the eyes of the rest of the class were fixed on him. The instructor's face went an interesting, if alarming, shade of red, and his nostrils flared to an impressive size. Naruto hunched in on himself, anticipating the tirade that was sure to follow. Too difficult. Too difficult. That's it, Uzumaki. I won't take any excuses like that to cover up your laziness any longer. You will do these push UPS and you will stay on this field until all your push UPS are done. Understand me, Uzumaki? The man roared at Naruto, nearly bowling the small child over with the sheer volume of his voice. Tears sprang unbidden up into the young boy's eyes, though he refused to let them fall. It's not fair. I'm not lazy. I'm not. These exercises are all for the bigger kids, not for me. It's not fair. Naruto thought to himself in a mix of frustration, anger, and sadness. He gave a small nod to his instructor and dropped down on his hands and feet and started continuing his push-ups. He was forced to continue long after the last bell had rung, signaling the end of the school day. A tired, battered, and dirty Naruto shuffled along the streets to the small apartment he called home. He was too tired to even be bothered by the angry glares and derisive sneers that were sent his way by nearly everybody on the streets. He simply trudged along, his mind solely focused on the seemingly impossible task of setting one foot in front of the other. As a result, he didn't look up in time to see a tall person standing in his way holding a very large box. With a small yelp of surprise, Naruto ran into the man, who appeared to barely register the impact. Unlike Naruto, who was rubbing his head in equal parts of pain and confusion. Damn, it's like I walked into a wall instead of a person. The young boy thought to himself, before blanching that he had walked into someone. While for anybody else this may have been simply the cause for some embarrassment, for Naruto it was far worse. Usually the villagers left him alone, something they made sure to remind him of in the most hurtful of ways. However, walking into someone would give them the excuse to at least smack him around the ears for a bit. Disciplinary action, they would call it. So it was with great fear as Naruto looked up at the man he had just collided with, or at least tried to. The man's torso and head were obscured by the enormous box the man was carrying, the reason why he hadn't seen Naruto. Briefly, Naruto thought about making a break for it, but any hope for escape was dashed when a spiky-haired head peered around the side of the box, looking around confusedly, before landing on the small, prone and dirty form of Naruto Uzumaki. "Oh, hey kid, didn't see you there," the man said jovially. Naruto was surprised at the mild reaction at first. He scrutinized the face of the man in front of him and released a quiet breath when he saw the man's forehead protector. A ninja then. Naruto didn't mind ninja so much, mostly because they didn't mind him as long as he wasn't playing pranks. The ninja set his box on the ground before crouching in front of Naruto, a concerned look on his face. "You okay, kid?" Naruto mutely nodded, unsure what to do with this positive attention that was given to him. Usually it came only from the nice people at Ichiraku's or else the old man Hokage, but the rest of the ninjas usually tried to simply ignore him. Another voice called out above the din of people walking up and down the streets. "Kotetsu, Kotetsu, what's the hold up?" "Hey Izumo, over here." Another ninja joined the first one, an irritated expression on his face that made Naruto shrink back out of habit. He didn't need to worry though, as the second shinobi lost his expression when he saw Naruto's sweaty and dirty clothes and distraught expression. "What happened, Kotetsu?" the newcomer asked in a far more relaxed tone of voice.
Easy game.
"I ran into little Naruto here, quite literally in fact." The one called Kotetsu quipped back before turning to Naruto. "Speaking of, what are you doing out here, kid? It's getting pretty late and you look like hell." This earned him a slap around the head from Izumo, annoyed expression back on his face. "Ow, what? He does." Another slap. "That doesn't mean you have to say it straight to his face, you buffoon." Kotetsu opened his mouth to retort, but was stopped by a soft giggling sound coming from somewhere around his knees. Both shinobi looked down to see Naruto laughing at the pair of ninja in front of him. When he saw them looking at him, however, he quickly clasped a hand over his mouth, while feeling an impressive blush crawl up his face. Izumo and Kotetsu simply smiled, before Izumo squatted down so he could look Naruto in the eye. "Still, Naruto, Kotetsu is right. It is getting rather late, and you don't look your best. Why are you still out here? Didn't the academy finish a few hours ago?" Izumo asked in a gentle voice. Naruto bit his lip, looking from Izumo to Kotetsu and back again. Feeling somewhat encouraged by their friendly faces and attitudes, Naruto told them what had happened during his school day. As he finished his tale, Naruto looked sadly down at his feet, missing the angry expressions the two shinobi in front of him sent each other after hearing the treatment the small child had received from his teacher. "I just don't get it," Naruto said softly to himself, catching the attention of Izumo and Kotetsu. "What is it you don't get, Naruto?" Izumo asked gently of the blonde boy. Naruto looked up at the two ninja, unshed tears in his eyes. "Well, ninja are strong, right? And I know the exercises at the academy will make me strong too, so I can be a ninja too. But I'm too weak to do the exercises. So, does that mean I can never be a ninja? Naruto asked with a trembling voice. It was his greatest fear to not be a ninja, since becoming one was his biggest dream. His only dream. It was what allowed him to wake up in the morning and face the rest of his shitty day with a beaming smile on his face. Because no matter what, Naruto Uzumaki was going to be the best damn ninja the Leaf had ever had. Databeo. Except now, doubt had begun to set in if his dream was even attainable in the first place. He was brought out of his thoughts by Kotestu placing a large hand on his narrow shoulder, a grin on his face. Don't you worry, kid. Sure, you can become a ninja. Do you think ninja get their strength from just physical exercise? If that was the case, then there'd be a lot more civilians in the shinobi business, don't you think? Naruto nodded his head, despite not being sure he completely understood what Kotetsu was trying to say. Something Izumo obviously picked up on, because the man gave a sigh, before giving Kotetsu a firm shove, sending the spiky-haired man face first into the dirt. Naruto withheld a snort of amusement, not willing to antagonize one of the two friendly shinobi he knew, before focusing on Izumo who was looking at him intently. What Kotetsu was trying to say, and miserably failed at, hey, is that shinobi don't rely solely on physical strength. Sure, it's important, but what gives a shinobi his strength is chakra. Do you know what chakra is, Naruto? Izumo asked. Naruto scrunched up his face. Classes at the academy were hard, both because of the course material being intended for children older than him and because of the negative attitude from both his teachers and his peers. As a result, Naruto didn't have the most stellar performance in the academy. Chakra is, the energy stuff, right? It lets you do jutsu? He asked, unsure of himself. Izumo opened his mouth to answer but was cut off by Kotetsu. Sure thing, kid, close enough for now at least. But it doesn't just let you do jutsu. If you call on it and focus it to run through your body becomes stronger and faster and becomes more durable, Kotetsu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. A light lit up in Naruto's eyes. Really? Kotetsu grinned. Really, really. Here, try to lift this box. A little surprised at the odd request, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders and decided to humor the man. After all, they had been nice so far, and Kotetsu had been carrying the box around without any problems. So how heavy could it be? Very heavy, it appeared. Naruto grunted, his fingers scrabbling against the box, trying to lift it, or at the very least nudge it a little bit. The box didn't budge, not even slightly. Naruto let out a huff of frustration and tiredness. Kotetsu clapped him on the back, grin still on his face. No worries, kid. You see, without chakra, I probably couldn't lift this thing myself. With chakra, however. Kotetsu trailed off, his grin growing even wider. He cracked his knuckles before walking over to the box and with a flourish, lifted the entire thing in a single smooth movement above his head. Kotetsu laughed at Naruto when the boy's jaw dropped in shock, while Izumo looked on with a small smile. As Kotetsu put the box back down, after all, with or without chakra, the thing was damned heavy. Naruto found his voice again. That's so cool. So I can do that too. As long as I use chakra? The small boy yelled excitedly. Izumo chuckled, placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder in order to keep the hyperactive blonde from literally bouncing in place. Yes, Naruto, when you have unlocked your chakra, you can steer the flow of it through your body and use it to strengthen your body. If you use a little chakra, you become a little stronger. If you use a lot of chakra, you become a lot stronger. Cool! The small boy yelled, drawing a few glares from some bystanders. Naruto didn't care though. It would seem his dream was still attainable. As soon as he learned how to unlock his chakra, he would be the strongest shinobi ever. Databeo. Naruto stood in the middle of the deserted academy training ground, the school having already finished for the day, both teachers and students eagerly having headed home. Naruto, however, had some far more important things to do before he could even think about going back to his apartment. It had been a little over 2 months after he had met Izumo and Kotetsu. A little over 2 months since he learned that the secret to a shinobi's strength was his chakra. A little over 2 months of agonized waiting for the moment where he finally learned to unlock his own chakra. That moment had been today. The teachers had deemed them ready and had spent the entire day on the theory behind unlocking one's chakra. It was the first time Naruto had managed to keep his attention on the material for an entire lesson. After the instructors had finally gotten through the entire theory, the day had already come to an end and the students were dismissed with the promise of the application of the theory tomorrow and the threat of bodily harm should they try to do it themselves before then. However, after spending 2 months of waiting already, Naruto couldn't wait any longer, which led him to standing alone in a deserted training ground, his feet spread evenly apart, his hands in the ram seal and his eyes scrunched up in concentration. Breathe, breathe, find your center. Feel the warm glow of your chakra hidden inside of you. Draw it out and hold it, and breathe. Naruto kept chanting the theory in his head, trying to look inwards like the instructors had told them. He had been at it for a few hours now and still hadn't found the glow the instructors had talked about. However, he had become really bored. Breathe. As a result, he slowly lost his rigid stance, his furrowed brow smoothing out. Breathe. His mind, noisy with the mantra he kept repeating over and over, quieted to a serene silence. Breathe. Slowly, without Naruto even consciously aware of it, his mind turned inwards. Brea, wait, what? There was no glow as from a candle, like the instructors had told them, the candle representing their chakra. No, what Naruto encountered was as far removed from a candle like an ocean was to a glass of water. Had Naruto not been speechless with what he was seeing, feeling, experiencing, he would have compared his chakra to a sun instead of a measly candle. At first, the unexpected frightened Naruto, and he kept away from the enormous light and warmth. But the warmth seeped into his bones, warming him up pleasantly, and the light felt soothing on his skin. Slowly, with a blissful smile on his face, Naruto let himself be enveloped by the benevolent light. Naruto didn't notice, though, the light felt so good on his skin, in his bones, running through his veins. Chakra is so awesome. The thought floated through his mind. This brought him out of his semi-delirious state. Naruto snapped to attention. Chakra! I have found my chakra! Now I need to draw it out. Naruto thought happily to himself, even as he felt a little saddened at having to leave the warmth of this light. He slowly drifted out of the center of the light back to his consciousness, his chakra still surrounding him, trailing away from the source. As Naruto came back into his own consciousness, he could feel the chakra running through their pathways through his entire body. It was as if instead of the light surrounding him like it had, he was now surrounding the light. Naruto grinned and opened his eyes, not knowing they were glowing impossibly bright with an inner light. Naruto retook his stance, chakra still swirling around him. He concentrated, feeling the chakra flow through his body. Wait! A thought suddenly broke through his concentration. I apparently have a lot of chakra. Izumo said that the more chakra you use, the stronger your body becomes. So, what happens when I draw out even more chakra? Naruto thought to himself, starting a train of thought that would change the history of the elemental nations. But that was still a few years off, though. For now, Naruto simply grinned, the same way he would when he was about to pull a particularly spectacular prank, and closed his eyes. Focusing on the warm feeling that had enveloped him not so long ago, he drew more of it out. The swirling chakra around him grew even larger, churning faster and faster, the ground beneath Naruto's feet scarred with deep grooves. Naruto didn't notice, though. He simply kept his eyes closed and focused on drawing more and more chakra out. By now, several shinobi and even a few civilians had taken notice of the enormous chakra being emitted from around the Hokage Tower, where the academy was located. The Hokage himself, a wizened old man in white robes with a wide hat on his face, sat up straighter in his chair, eyes widened in shock. Naruto? The man asked softly, chewing nervously on his unlit pipe before reaching for a crystal ball. Unaware of the unrest he was stirring up, Naruto was still drawing on his chakra, though he was frowning now. Calling on his chakra had become uncomfortable, not exactly painful yet, but Naruto didn't like the feeling nonetheless. On top of that, instead of being pleasantly warmed by the light running through his veins, his body now felt as if he was burning up from a fever. This is it, Naruto thought to himself, gritting his teeth. He opened his eyes and focused on a young tree nearby, for no other reason that it stood closest to him. Cocking his fist back and forcing the light in his body to run through his limbs and pool in his bald hand, Naruto bent his knees, preparing to rush forward. Due to his focus on his target, and because he held his clenched fist a little behind him, he didn't see chakra beginning to swirl around his fist and forearm, coating it in a violently churning shroud of chakra. As Naruto prepared to take off, several ninja managed to reach his training ground. Among these shinobi were the majority of the senseis of what would later be recognized across the elemental nations as the Rookie 12. Right on their heels was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. "Naruto," he called out in shock. Within him and most of the other shinobi present, worry wrestled with pride. To call upon one's chakra at such a young age was impressive. Not to speak of the truly gargantuan amount the child was channeling, making it visible as a swirling shroud around him. However, calling upon one's chakra wasn't without its own risks. There was a reason why it was always done supervision after all. Not to mention what kind of damage channeling such large amounts of chakra could do to such a small body. Naruto heard his Jiji's call, recognized the worry in the aged Hokage's voice, but discovered that he couldn't stop. The sheer amount of chakra had already been called upon and now demanded an outlet. It hurt trying to hold it back, so, in what would later be regarded as a typical Naruto-like leap of logic, Naruto decided to continue instead. With a yell, that to the surrounding shinobi sounded more like a roar that shook the earth, Naruto pushed off, shunting power into his legs, and shattering the ground beneath him as a result. Faster than a regular eye could track, Naruto shot forwards, a blinding blue blur, streaking across the training field, creating a deep furrow into the ground, shocking many of the watching ninja. Naruto, however, was simply scared. Everything was going so fast, he couldn't see anything, the world around him dissolving into a blur, except for the young tree he had elected to serve as his practice target. Deciding that hitting the tree with his face would be a lot more painful than hitting it with his fist, Naruto shot his fist forward, only now noticing with amazement the way his swirling chakra coated his hand all the way up to the elbow. He had no time to think anything of it though, because then the tree was suddenly right there and Naruto managed a single shriek of fear before the world lit up before going dark. Hiruzen held his hand across his face, blocking out the brilliant light as Naruto collided with the tree. He couldn't block the deafening sound though, a bone-rattling boom that shook the earth. As the light died away, Hiruzen removed his hand, not bothering to hide his worried expression. "Kami, Naruto, what have you done?" the elderly man asked himself silently. He quickly rushed towards Naruto, sensing Kakashi and his son Asuma, as well as a few others doing the same. When he arrived at where Naruto had collided with the tree, his face lost all color, hand clutching at his breast in fear. Vaguely his mind distractedly noticed one of the female shinobi throwing up, his son comforting her. He couldn't really blame the woman. Only willpower and a lifetime of seeing similar or worse in brutal wars kept him from following her example. Because there, lying in a blackened crater, with his shirt shredded and unconscious, was Naruto. His right arm, though, couldn't really be called an arm anymore. As far as Hiruzen could see, there simply wasn't any skin left, exposing the red muscle underneath to the air. What was left of it anyway? Most of it was as blackened as the ground Naruto was lying on. Stark white bones stuck out of his arm at odd intervals, standing in sharp contrast to the boy's flesh. Hiruzen fell to his knees next to his surrogate grandson, unheeding of how the charred earth smeared soot across his pristine white robes. Slowly, as if afraid he may harm the boy should he move too fast. Hiruzen placed his fingers on Naruto's throat. Please, please, Kami, revered and honored ancestors, please anybody, let him have a pulse, please, let him have a pu dash. Thud thud. Hiruzen almost cried with relief as underneath his fingers he felt a steady, if faint, heartbeat. Looking up in the worried face of Hatake Kakashi, Hiruzen let out a shaky smile, before nodding once, not trusting his voice right now. Obviously Kakashi understood what he meant, because the elite Jounin let out an explosive sigh, before sinking to the ground next to Hiruzen, dragging a shaky hand across his face. Around them, relieved murmuring was heard as Naruto's status of remaining amongst the living spread. Neither man bothered to pay attention, looking at the unconscious Naruto with unblinking intensity, as if afraid that if they looked away for even a second, Naruto would slip away. Given how hurt he was, the fear was not unfounded. Hiruzen felt a hand clamp on his shoulder, as the scent of tobacco his nose. Medics are on their way, and an emergency operating room is being prepared as we speak. Sarutobi Asuma said to him in a soft voice, any animosity between father and son shoved to the background in the face of this crisis. Hiruzen patted his son's hand and nodded, acknowledging the message. He would much rather take Naruto himself and Shunshin to the hospital, but that could easily aggravate Naruto's wounds even further. No, best to let the professionals take over, for now. Suddenly a silence fell across the clearing as Naruto groaned. Hiruzen was at his side so fast it put the Hiraishin to shame. Shush, Naruto, it's going to be all right. Okay? You just need to lay still. Do you hear me, Naruto? Hiruzen said, trying, and failing, to keep the worry out of his voice, not wanting to scare the boy he considered his grandson. An affirmative grunt was his response before Naruto turned around, looking up at Hiruzen with pained eyes. Suddenly the boy let out a shaky grin. I did it, Gigi. I unlocked my chakra. I'm going to be super strong now, Gigi. Databeo? Naruto managed to croak, a victorious expression on his soot-covered face. I did it, Gigi. Naruto trailed off as he fell unconscious again. Hiruzen laughed shakily, running a hand trough his hair, not caring he knocked off his ceremonial hat in the process. He looked around the small crater where there once used to be a tree, before turning to look at the direction Naruto had punched in, several slack-jawed ninja already walking across it. I would say that you did indeed, Naruto, Hiruzen managed, while beside him Kakashi lifted his forehead protector in disbelief.
Wait,
Where
what the
once
fuck
had been a
are
part of the
those
small forest, there now was a clearing, starting from the crater where Naruto was lying in, then fanning out to a diameter of about 20 meters and continuing on for almost twice that, felled trees littering the ground, their scorched barks making the ground appear to be black. You did indeed. The hallway was shrouded in darkness. It ended in a large, square room, which was lighted by no visible means, and was flooded by murky water, which came up to slightly above the ankle. On the opposite side of the dark hallway, the wall of the room was replaced by thick golden bars, reaching up from the ground to the impossibly high ceiling. They appeared to be held closed by a relatively small scrap of paper, on which the kanji for seal was inscribed in black ink. In front of the bars, floating on his back, was a small blonde child, unconscious, which was probably a good thing, as the child most likely would have been scared out of his mind by what awoke behind the enormous bars. Two blood-red slitted eyes opened in the darkness that mirrored the hallway. Each eye was as large as an average man was tall, and both focused with unnatural intensity on the small figure floating in front of them, so close, but out of their reach because of the bars in between them. For now. A dark chuckling came from the inky blackness, shaking the room as if there was a particularly violent earthquake. So, the jailer finally meets his prisoner. A malevolent voice rumbled across the vast emptiness of the room. A wide grin, filled with enormous teeth, appeared underneath the glowing red eyes, each tooth glinting with sharpness, creating a truly terrifying image. And what a meeting it shall be. The voice continued ominously, before it retreated back into the darkness of its prison. The small child hadn't stirred even once. It was a beautiful day in the ninja village of Konoha. The sun was shining brightly, basking the land in a warm glow, while a gentle breeze kept the temperature pleasantly cool. Birds were singing amongst the great trees surrounding the village, while in the underbrush, small critters flew back and forth, either for food or fun. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't notice any of this. The elderly Hokage's attention was focused solely on the small figure lying in the bed in front of him. Right arm swaddled in bandages, along with most of the rest of his body, Naruto Uzumaki was lying peacefully on the bed, looking as if he was merely asleep. Hiruzen turned his tired gaze to the nurse next to him, who had just run the latest batch of tests. Any change in his condition? The nurse looked up from her clipboard on which she had been furiously scribbling, only to give her leader a small shake of her head. The Hokage sighed, before turning to look at Naruto, just like he had been doing since the child had been brought into the hospital. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen gave a small, reassuring smile, though his eyes didn't leave his surrogate grandson for even a second. You may take your leave now, Nurse-san. I will alert the nearest medic should he wake, he said warmly, expressing his gratitude through the tone of his voice. Apparently satisfied that her charge would be looked after, the nurse bowed curtly, before quickly leaving Naruto's room. As soon as the door clicked closed, a man stepped out from the shadows of one of the corners of the room. Hiruzen didn't even twitch at the sudden appearance of the ninja. He had sensed the man the moment he had stepped foot in the hospital, after all. Salamander, the Hokage said, acknowledging the man's presence, but still not looking away from Naruto's unconscious form. Hokage-sama, the masked ninja replied, before joining his leader at the foot end of the hospital bed. Silence reigned between the two men, only disturbed by the rhythmic beating of the heart monitor attached to Naruto. Hiruzen gave another sigh, before turning to address his ANBU commander. What's the situation, Salamander? The commander straightened, snapping to attention immediately, and gave his report in clipped tones. Sir, the area around Uzumaki's accident had been cordoned off, while those who were present have all been ordered to consider what happened in S-rank secret for now, until you have assigned it a proper ranking. In the meantime, several of ANBU's best have investigated the area of Uzumaki's accident. Hiruzen nodded, before asking the question which answer he dreaded more than anything. And what was the result of the investigation? Did Naruto-kun use any of its chakra? The elderly Hokage asked, though his voice was calm and steady, even as his inside were squirming around. No, Hokage-sama. It was the first thing our best sensors tried to find out, and they have universally come to the conclusion that all the chakra used by Uzumaki was his own. Hiruzen managed to contain his sigh at the last second, though he couldn't help the relieved sagging of his posture. If his commander noticed, then the man wisely didn't say anything. The third Hokage turned back to Naruto's sleeping form. Well, that's a small comfort at least, Hiruzen muttered to himself. The commander cleared his throat. Through sheer willpower, Hiruzen managed to keep himself from groaning, though he turned to the ANBU with narrowed eyes. Taking that as his cue, the masked ninja continued. What should we tell the public, Hokage-sama? Many amongst our ninja forces have noticed the enormous amounts of chakra that young Uzumaki-san drew upon. When his teachers notice his absence in the coming days, they will draw conclusions, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen did groan this time. And because it was ANBU who handled the investigation, we can't even use the records of their findings to calm the people, the third said in a frustrated voice. The Hokage walked towards one of the windows, looking out across his village, hands clasped behind his back, as his wrinkled brow wrinkled even further as the old man thought deep and hard about what action he should take. Kami, I wish I had my pipe right now, he thought mournfully. The ANBU remained standing at attention, patiently waiting for his leader to come up with whatever action they should take. He didn't have to wait very long. Hiruzen turned away from the window with a twinkle in his eye. We tell them the truth. Had the ANBU not worn his signature mask, the world would have been treated to a slack-jawed NBU commander, a rare sight indeed. Hokage-sama? The ninja asked hesitantly. Not the entire truth, of course. We will simply say that young Uzumaki had been attempting to unlock his chakra, as was instructed, but made a mistake in doing so, and released far more than he had intended to summon. It was never involved as our beloved Yandame's seal still holds strong and wouldn't allow it. Young Naruto shall be kept under observation to monitor any possible damage he has done to himself. Make sure to mention the seal in the statement, Salamander. Yes, Hokage-sama. It shall be done. But the ANBU trailed off. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Yes, Salamander. Permission to speak freely, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen's other eyebrow joined its brother in a journey to his hairline. It was a very unusual question to be asked by an ANBU commander. Hiruzen could in fact recall all previous instances on one hand, and 3 of those had been during wartime. Permission granted, Salamander. Speak your mind. Hiruzen said, curious what his commander wanted to say, unfiltered by protocol or decorum. The ANBU nodded and relaxed his stance somewhat. Hokage-sama, what do we do with the destructive capabilities of Uzumaki's experimentation? Our sensors came to the conclusion that the technique Uzumaki used was rather unfocused. With proper training and control, the results could be impressive. For the second time in as many minutes, Hiruzen's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. Indeed, that's most impressive. The elderly Hokage mused, looking at the child in the hospital bed. Such strength, such power, such a young age too. Minato-kun, Kushina-chan, you would be proud of your son. The aged ninja thought fondly to himself, before frowning in thought. Salamander is correct though. Whatever Naruto did, we cannot let this go unsupervised. He needs training in order to avoid getting into accidents like this again. Not to mention Danzo is probably already aware of Naruto's feat, and he'll be even more eager to get his claws into him. But who else? Hiruzen thought to himself, absently stroking his beard. Suddenly a grin stretched across the aged Hokage's face, making the ANBU commander suddenly very nervous. Salamander-san. Hiruzen intoned gravely, a silence falling across the room as the ANBU awaited his next order in trepidation. Get me, Gaikuen. Inside the large room, the small child groaned in discomfort. Ugh, what happened? Young Naruto moaned as he sat upright, rubbing his head. He opened his eyes, taking in the cavernous room and the enormous golden bars in front of him. Better yet, where am I? The ninja-to-be asked himself. An ominous rumbling shook the room, making Naruto's teeth clatter. It took a few moments before the blonde child realized the grumbling sound was something chuckling. Instinctually realizing that for something to produce such a sound, it was probably far, far bigger than he was, Naruto huddled in on himself in fear. 2 glowing red orbs appeared in front of him, each one easily twice his own height. Then Naruto saw the slits in the orbs and realized that they were in fact eyes. Fully confronted with the massiveness of the being in front of him, despite not being able to see the rest of the creature's body, Naruto whimpered and quickly scrambled away from the enormous golden bars. An enormous grin, filled with impossibly sharp teeth, stretched itself wide below the 2 eyes. Ha! Do I frighten you so much, small one? That would make you smarter than most of your pitiful kind then, despite previous evidence to the contrary. The massive being sneered at Naruto, trying and somewhat succeeding in cowing the young child. It had, however, forgotten one important thing. Naruto was used to being sneered at, ironically because of the creature itself. So when confronted with the unknown and dangerous, Naruto would react as any other would have, with a healthy amount of fear. But confronted with the familiar, no matter how scary, Naruto reacted in his usual manner, which was shouting loudly. Not entirely sure what the being had meant, but pretty sure he had just been insulted, Naruto sprung to his feet, a small finger pointing accusingly at the monstrous being behind the golden bars. Shut up, meanie. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Databeo. I'm gonna be the best Hokage there ever was. So there. Satisfied with his foolproof argument, Naruto smirked and crossed his arms in front of his small chest. There was a short, stunned silence as the eyes focused on Naruto with incredulity. Then, Wahaha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. It laughed. The room shook with the sheer sound the being's laughter, dust shaken loose from the high ceiling. That is your defense? You shall become Hokage? Ha! I take back what I said. You are most definitely not smart in any conceivable way. The monstrous being said disdainfully. Naruto scowled at his tormentor. He didn't understand all of the big words, but he knew when someone was insulting him. Came from experience. Oh yeah. Well, I'm still gonna be Hokage no matter what you say, so you just wait until I prove you wrong. Nothing can stop me, Databeo, Naruto shouted back, storming up to the bars. The enormous glowing eyes lowered closer to the ground, looking Naruto straight in the eye. Oh, but I can, little one. Before Naruto could really interpret the being's words, he had to jump back, his reflexes saving him from being smashed to a pulp by the enormous claws that slammed down where Naruto had been standing mere moments before. The room shook at the impact, amplified by the enormous roar the creature unleashed in frustration. Rah! Get closer, so I may kill you, you miserable wretch. Get closer, and I shall finally be able to free myself. The being roared, trashing about in its prison, smashing against the bars. As it did so, it finally came into the light, giving Naruto his first glimpse of his prisoner. He didn't like what he saw. It was a massive fox, standing taller than even the Hokage Tower, the tallest structure in Konoha. It had a surprisingly human body shape and was colored a vibrant orange. This wasn't what drew Naruto's attention, however. No, the small child was captivated by what was behind the massive fox. 9 tails, as orange as their owner and the biggest things Naruto had ever seen in his short life, were trashing about, creating whipping winds as they swung around, and creating tremors when they struck the walls, ground, or the golden bars. KKQB. Naruto whispered, horrified to himself. The trashing fox immediately stilled, its enormous red eyes snapping to the young ninja. Slowly the enormous grin returned, and the fox settled down, resting its head, larger than Naruto's apartment, on its human-shaped forearms. So you at least know who I am. Good. Every jailer, no matter how pitiful, should know who their prisoner is. The beast rumbled, apparently satisfied with the terrified reaction it had gotten out of Naruto, simply by showing his form. Naruto's overwhelmed mind reacted to the first part of what the massive fox had said, not really registering the second part. You are the Kyuubi. You attacked Konoha! Naruto shouted, terror making place for hate against the reason for one of the greatest tragedies to have struck his beloved village. And possibly the reason he now had no parents.
Oh god.
Naruto
Yeah,
ignored the thought and glared at the massive fox, though he made
That
sure to
thing
keep his distance.
has a
Which
lot
was
of
a good
HP.
thing as Kyuubi slammed against the bars again. I did not do so under my own control, but rest assured, once I get free from this prison, I will finish what that damned Uchiha started. The Nine Tails roared. Naruto frowned in confusion. He didn't expect such an answer when he had accused the monster. What? What do you mean? You tried to destroy Konoha, didn't you? Naruto asked, his mind not really capable of keeping up after the multitude of shocks it had gone through this day. The Kyuubi snorted. Yes, I did, and I would do so again in a heartbeat. It deserves nothing less after what it has done to me. The being responded with hate lacing his voice. Before Naruto could jump to the defense of his village and plead that they did not, in fact, deserve total annihilation, the Kyuubi continued. However, the attack of 6 years ago, I did not do it of my own will. The great beast chuckled darkly. Though I guess that's not entirely true. I certainly wanted to destroy your pitiful village. However, someone else controlled me. Naruto was floored, before closing his mouth with a snap. He pointed at the great fox with an angry glare. You're lying. You're just trying to blame someone else for it. Naruto should know. He had often tried to do the same himself, whenever he was caught during a prank, though he never seemed to get away with it. The monstrous fox immediately slammed into the bars again, sending Naruto staggering at the impact. You dare question my word. I am the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. I am the mightiest of all tailed beasts, the most powerful creation of our father. My tails flatten mountains and rise tsunamis. What use do I have for falsehoods and lies? The being raged, fixing Naruto with a hateful stare. Listen closely, small one.
I
I
don't
may
know.
trick
The
you.
Elise is
I may deceive
or
you.
whatever.
I am a
The
kitsune
Belinda
after
Stoneheart.
all and the most powerful in existence at that. However, do not lie. The Kyuubi bit out, lowering its head so it could look Naruto straight in the eye.
I love that
Naruto
card,
blinked
actually.
before looking at the beast in confusion, his mind too tired to continue being terrified. Why not? It's not like I could tell, right? Naruto asked innocently. Surprised, the Kyuubi looked down at the small child, who was looking back at him without fear, just curiosity. It sighed, before laying its head on its forearms again, staring over Naruto's head into the distance, with an expression Naruto couldn't place. Because my father raised me better than that, the fox said wistfully. Dynamic entry. The windows to Naruto's room shattered as a green-clad man crashed through them. He had obviously intended to land on his feet, but instead found himself pushed into a wall, with the blade of a tanto inches from his face. Salamander, you may release Gaikuin now. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Apology accepted, Salamander.
I thought that
No
that would
harm
do it
done.
twice. I was lied to.
Guy's body disagreed, and the odd man absently wondered why he wasn't getting an apology, despite becoming far more intimately familiar with the inside of a hospital wall than he had ever intended
It's
to
kind of a
be.
bold play.
As if reading
Now that I
his
think about
thoughts,
it.
and since Guy was friends with numerous Yamanaka, he knew this to be a possibility. The aged voice of the Hokage spoke up. Perhaps, Gaikuin, the next time you enter a hospital room with a high-strung ANBU commander and the Hokage, you should enter though the door. Hi Hokage-sama. Thank you for your youthful advice. Groaned Guy. You're welcome, Gaikuin, you're welcome, the third said graciously. Having extracted himself from the wall, Might Guy, Jounin, and Taijutsu expert stood at attention in front of his leader. You called for me, Hokage-sama?
Sure,
The man said in
I'll
a
do that,
serious
I guess.
tone of
I don't know.
voice, any previous levity forgotten now that he was receiving his orders. Indeed I did, Gaikuin. I have need of your Taijutsu expertise. The third nodded. I am at your command, Hokage-sama, Guy said gravely. The third Hokage nodded once more, before mentioning for Salamander. The ANBU handed Guy a thick stack of papers, with classified, in bold red letters stamped on the front. Guy quickly looked through them, before glancing at the Hokage with a confused
That's right,
expression.
he has those guys, dude. We're fucked.
Medical files? I thought you requested my Taijutsu expertise, Hokage-sama? The green-clad Jounin asked, even as he began reading the files more in depth. They are related, I assure you, Gaikuin. As you probably know, someone used unusually large amounts of chakra in the vicinity of the training fields of the academy. The Hokage answered.
We're fucked.
Seeing Guy's affirmative nod,
GG.
the aged shinobi continued.
I don't
This
know. That end
individual
fucking
has
sucked for
endured
me. There was
significant
no rolls.
physical trauma as a
my
result.
RNG was horrible.
I myself was present to witness the technique and its aftermath. At this, Guy looked up from the files.
What's up, man? Hello.
Aftermath.
Welcome.
The Hokage nodded. A small portion of the forest surrounding the academy was completely flattened. Shock was clearly visibly on Guy's face. Such a
How are
devastating
you?
technique,
How's your night going? Or
and
morning,
in the
I guess?
vicinity of
Depends
the
where you are.
academy no less. The Hokage inclined his head in agreement. Indeed, luckily the academy had already finished for the day, so nobody was hurt, except for him. Seeing the Hokage point to somewhere behind him, Guy turned around to look at the hospital bed. He
It's
had
too bad that
noticed
I
the bed,
didn't
of
like
course. He
see
was
the
a Jounin
cards
after
for
all. But the
back
tackle
to
of the
back and all
ANBU
that,
had
because
not
I
allowed
almost
to
had
note
it.
much more.
Like
Now he
there was a
finally
back to
saw
back
the
at one
occupant
point.
of the bed. Uzumaki-san? Guy asked, surprised. Both Naruto's constitution as well as his stamina were already known amongst the shinobi forces. So to see the child lying asleep on the bed, extensively covered in bandages, was surprising. Indeed, he was the person who
I
drew
like both
upon the
these
large
guys.
amounts of chakra you have felt and used it to destroy part of the
Let's do the
forest.
time warp though.
The
I
professor
think the
said
time
as he
warp's really
walked
good.
up to the bed, standing next to Guy. What kind of technique can a 6-year-old use that would cause such destruction? Guy muttered to himself, but his leader had heard him. It wasn't a technique. Guy turned to the third in surprise, seeing a smirk dance across the wizened face of the aged ninja. It was a punch.
I don't know.
Guy's notorious eyebrows reached up to touch the edge of his
With the Elliot, I
equally
guess.
infamous bowl cut. I can
Although the
see why
crab
you
is
asked
OP.
for me then, Hokage-sama.
Let's
Yes,
skip Ellie.
I thought you would.
Oh,
Well,
that's right. You get two.
I have good and bad
You should've
news
got the
for you,
battle cry then.
Hokage-sama.
Battle cry has a lot of value
Hiruzen
there.
closed his eyes, trying to stave of the headache he could feel coming on. Naruto, I love you like one of my own, but I swear upon Kami's wrinkly nutsack that you have caused the majority of all the headaches I have ever had in my entire life. And I'm a veteran of 3 world wars. The old leader thought grouchily to himself, before opening his eyes and motioning for Guy to continue. First, the good news, please. Very well,
Absolutely
Hokage-sama.
shreked.
The good news is that, based on your eyewitness account and the information in these medical files as well as my own investigation,
No.
I have come to the conclusion that Naruto-kun did
Although
not
it's
use the
crazy not
celestial
to buy a
gates in
card,
order
but-
to fuel his punch. Hiruzen internally sighed in relief. The opening of the gates were perilous at best even for the most skilled of shinobi. There was a reason Guy was both known and feared across the elemental nations. For a child to mess around with them, the damage could have been horrendous. What Naruto did, it is more akin to the famous strength technique used by Tsunade-sama instead of the celestial gates. However, instead of immense control released at the most opportune moments during strikes to gain enormous strength, Naruto-kun
Alright,
used
what do we
immense
got,
amounts of
Emily?
power to flood his body, overcoming the physical limitations of his body in much the same way most shinobi do when strengthening their bodies, but to a more extreme degree. Hiruzen turned around to face Guy, a thoughtful frown on his face. That sounds remarkably like the technique of the celestial gates to me, Guy-kun. Guy nodded. A common misconception, Hokage-sama, since it certainly appears so to the observer. However, the celestial gates work in a different way to what Naruto-kun did. When one uses the celestial
dude, what the
gates,
fuck is wrong
they
with me?
release the limits our own body has put
Alright,
upon
whatever.
itself
We'll use
in
those
order to
later.
function at a much higher
I keep
degree.
forgetting what I'm supposed to be
However,
doing
this
here.
is still the inherent physical strength of the body, not a
always
chakra
forget about this.
augmentation. It merely appears so due to the release of one of the gates and the subsequent flood of chakra.
I think we
It is
just
why
lost the
intense
game
physical
because of that.
training is required in order to use the gates effectively, Hokage-sama. 100 times 0 remains 0. Hiruzen nodded in understanding, his opinion of the odd Jounin somewhat rising after finding out the reason for the man's ridiculous physical regime. However, what Naruto-kun did was not removing the limits his body has put on itself,
Okay.
but bypassing them with chakra. The result is the
This is pretty
same,
good value.
a
Get,
body
half your
without
money
its
back.
usual limits. However, this brings me to the bad news, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen closed his eyes again, as he felt
This is
icy
good, too.
tendrils spreading
I think
from
we
his
go with the
gut.
blood gem.
He had a feeling
stuff.
he already knew what Guy was
Kinda
about to
sounds
say.
good.
Because the result is similar,
He's
the
also good, though,
consequences
right?
to
'Cause then
Naruto's
you
body are as well.
sell-
The damage he has suffered is similar to
mean,
the opening of the
it's okay.
second or third gate, Hokage-sama. This is disregarding the state of his arm, Guy said in a mournful voice. The damage is truly that
watch out.
high? How? Hiruzen asked himself as he rubbed a hand against his aching forehead. Guy had heard him though and explained. I think it's because of 2 reasons, Hokage-sama. The first is that Naruto, for however a short amount of time, operated on a level far surpassing the limits of his body, while those limits were still in effect. On top of that is his young age and the fact that his body is unaccustomed against such immense stress. Hiruzen gave a shaky sigh before asking
cards
Guy the
suck.
final, most important question. Will he recover? Silence was his answer as Guy was deep in thought. The
Let's
Jounin
see,
obviously
okay.
wanted to give his leader a positive answer, without instilling any false hope. Guy quickly gave up with a sigh though, before fixing Hiruzen with a mournful look. Had he been older, then yes. Even had he been but a mere fresh genin, due to his Uzumaki blood and his tenant, he would have eventually recovered. Had he been a Chunin or Jounin, he would have even eventually come out of this all the stronger for it. But now, with such a young, underdeveloped body, I am sorry, Hokage-sama. I truly am. But I fear Naruto-kun's growth may forever be stunted. Hiruzen turned away from his Jounin in order to gaze at Naruto's sleeping form. He felt his heart break for the small child. The stunted growth, along with the terrible damage to the boy's right arm, would make becoming a shinobi, let alone Hokage, nothing more than a dream for the energetic blonde. Thank you, Guy. You may dash. Hiruzen was cut off when a dark, vile chakra began to cloud to room, and it originated from Naruto. A few minutes previously, Naruto's face was scrunched up in
So
thought
slow.
as his bright blue
Crazy how
eyes
slow I
stared
am.
ahead of him. Two blood-red eyes stared balefully back. Finally, the silence became too much and the Kyuubi snapped. Well, out with it then, mortal. Your in-second staring is getting on my nerves. The mighty fox snapped irritably. Naruto blinked a few times in surprise, having lost most of his fear for the giant demon after getting bored out of his mind exploring the extremely impressive, yet ultimately very boring, room the two were stuck in. Where are we? Two giant eyes were fixed incredulously on the small ninja in training. We have been here for many hours, yet you only think to ask that question now? The fox snorted disdainfully. Not to be outdone, Naruto snorted as well, though not as impressively as the Kyuubi, since his snort didn't create a gale of wind. You aren't the most friendly-looking fox around, you know? The blonde defended himself. The Kyuubi rolled his eyes, before answering the small child's question, hoping it would keep Naruto from staring at it unblinkingly. Seriously, it was starting to get creepy. We are inside the seal that keeps me contained within you. Ah, Naruto nodded seriously, stroking his chin in a wide manner. The Kyuubi sighed in relief. Hopefully the child would now. That doesn't tell me anything, Databeo. What the hell is a seal? And what do you mean, inside me, huh? Wait dash. Naruto cut himself off, frantically patting down his own body. How does that even fit? Silence, you fool. Naruto's mouth snapped shut with an audible click. Giving a relieved sigh, the Kyuubi continued. Perhaps I misspoke. We are not inside you. Not in the literal sense anyway. How to put this in a way even you understand? The great beast mused, ignoring Naruto's spluttering, who once again had the feeling he was being insulted, yet not really understanding how. Ah, well, when I was defeated, I was locked away in a special prison. The prison itself does not exist in your world. Little one, think of your world as a room with doors. We are currently not in the room but behind one of the doors. The seal which I mentioned is what allows you to come here, and what allows my chakra into you, but you don't need to know that. Naruto's face scrunched up in thought, before giving a tentative nod. Satisfied, the Kyuubi continued. Now when I said that I was contained within you, I meant that the door is in your hands. You are the one that closes and opens it. And one day you will open it completely, and I will be free. Naruto was silent for a few moments, for which the fox was thankful, before giving a decisive nod. Weird, but I get it. But why are we here? The young Uzumaki asked. The Kyuubi growled in displeasure. I am here because of the arrogance of you pitiful humans, because of those damned Uchiha and their thrice-damned cursed eyes. For close to a century, I have been sealed away, to never see the light of day, to never feel the wind or rain on my face again. Why am I here? The fox spat. The Kyuubi leaned forward, his nose almost pressing against the golden bars keeping him from devouring Naruto. I can tell you that it is not by own will at least, and that I have deserved none of the years spent in here. The beast growled, malice dripping from every word. Naruto gulped, before marshaling his courage and frowned. You've been locked up for a century? That's pretty bad. And it's even worse because you don't deserve it. Naruto thought, not seeing the Kyuubi smirk malevolently. Before the creature could open his mouth in order to use Naruto's empathy in order to trick the child into releasing him, Naruto spoke again. You just wait, Foxy-san. When I get out of here, I'll tell what you told me to the old man. He'll be able to help you. He's the Hokage. He can do anything. Databeo? Young Naruto said, giving the fox a thumbs up and a massive grin. The Kyuubi was stunned. This was not what he had expected. Naruto didn't notice, though, as he looked confusedly around the room he had spent a few hours exploring. About that, how do I get out of here? Why am I here in the first place? Had the Kyuubi been a lesser being, he would have face-palmed, dignity be damned. As it was, the great Kitsune simply sighed before answering. The reason why you are here is the same as why you cannot leave this place. Not yet, at least. Why not? Look at your arm, small one. Naruto looked at his unblemished arm, not understanding what the Kyuubi was getting at. Looks fine to me. I should hope so. This is the representation of your mind. Should it be damaged, well, then I'd be worried if I were you. Now look in your reflection. Looking down at his feet, which were submerged within the water flooding the room, Naruto checked out his reflection. I don't see any WHO, Naruto shouted suddenly. His reflection looked back at him, covered in small burns and cuts, and his right arm. He hurriedly felt his arm and was reassured when he felt smooth, slightly damp skin. Still, the reflection bothered him. What dash? Your little experiment had some negative consequences. What you see in the reflection is the current state of your body. You will eventually heal, though the damage done to your body will preventing you from ever becoming a proper ninja. The Kyuubi intoned, each word heavy as the fall of a hammer. Naruto sank to his knees, looking horrified at his mangled reflection. No, he whispered fearfully to himself. Unless. Naruto's head whipped back up with such speed, it made his golden hair shake back and forth. Unless, the blonde asked hopefully. Unless you draw upon my chakra in order to heal yourself. My chakra is far more potent than yours, and while poisonous to regular humans, because you are my jailer, you will only benefit of it. Naruto jumped to his feet, ready to accept the demon's offer then and there, before a small whisper in the back of his mind held him
Considering
back.
I haven't played any
Wait,
Ethereal Knights this
why
whole
would you
game,
help
that was
me?
pretty good.
What do you get out of this? Naruto asked wearily. Why the sudden suspiciousness, little one? The Kyuubi asked lazily. Well, you did say you were gonna deceive me,
I'll
right?
take it. It's fine.
A dark chuckle was his
Make them all
answer.
nice and beefy.
My, it learns.
Good.
Naruto didn't relax his
The
guarded
Titus
stance,
is good.
not rising to the
This is
taunt.
also good.
The Kyuubi rolled his eyes before answering. Because I want to go to sleep,
I think this is
and you
probably
were giving
better.
me a headache. Bullshit, Naruto said harshly, surprising the fox with his crude language. Then again, an orphan living on the streets was bound to pick up on a few more unsavory things here and there. I do not lie, remember? The Kyuubi grinned, enjoying the way Naruto's face became an interesting shade of red. Heading of the tirade that was sure to come, the demon continued. There is also the issue of you dying. That shut Naruto up immediately. Me? Dying? The Kyuubi hummed in a bored manner. This seal is different from the others that have held me prisoner. In this case, should your soul depart the plane of the living, then it would drag mine along with it. No reformation or rebirth for me, but true death, just like your pitiful race is doomed to. It's distasteful, the Kyuubi said with an irritated snarl. That doesn't really explain why you're
I don't
helping
think we
me,
care about brand.
Foxy-san, Naruto said hesitantly. Ignoring the ridiculous nickname, for now, the QB explained. The stronger a ninja you are, the greater the chances of your survival and thus my own as well. There's also the fact that you need to have a body that won't die when I try to free myself or I'll die as well. You can't have the strength I require of you if you
I'll
remain
want
a mere
butchering
civilian.
targets.
Naruto frowned before nodding. Right? Then I'll accept your
If I
help,
live.
Foxy-san. What do I need to do? Well, first, you need to. The QB trailed off as one of his 9. Massive tails wormed itself with great difficulty through the bars, the tip ending not far from Naruto's chest. The small blonde was getting nervous, but did his utmost in order to not let it show. Leave! The tip of the tail slammed into Naruto with enormous force, launching the screaming blonde into the darkness of the hallway. Chapter 3, Confessions and
I
Promises.
only got one out of her.
The moment Hiruzen felt the dark
I
chakra
think we
burst from
win that.
Naruto's body, he jumped back, closer to the windows of the room, automatically positioning himself in an easier position to escape. Even though he was nearing the ripe old age of 70, an unusually high age for a shinobi indeed, his reflexes were still as sharp as ever. He saw that Gaikuin had created some distance himself as well, falling into a taijutsu stance that Hiruzen only vaguely recognized, though he had no doubt that, in the hands of a specialist like Gaikuin, it would be dangerous nonetheless. Next to him, Salamander had fallen into a guarded stance as well, his tanto held out in front of his chest, a single hand resting on a hand seal, ready to unleash a myriad of jutsu at a moment's notice. The actions of these 3 elite ninja might have seemed like overreacting, however, you would be hard-pressed to find a single Konoha ninja over 6 years old that
You're
wouldn't
all
act
really
the same
bad for
way.
me.
After all, the moment they had felt the chakra, the 3 ninja had recognized it immediately. One does not so easily forget the chakra of a demon of the Kyuubi's caliber after all. Hidden beneath the wide sleeves of his ceremonial robes, Hiruzen had formed the hand seals needed for the summoning of his friend and battle partner Enma, the Monkey King. He refrained from activating the technique though, not willing to call out the powerful summon if it turned out it was unnecessary. By Kami above, I hope it is unnecessary.
Damn, I'm
The
pretty
oppressive
fucking
chakra
unlucky
began
right
to
now.
cover Naruto's body in a bubbling red shroud, while increasing its vile presence in the rest of the room. Hiruzen heard Gaikuin's
That's
breathing
unfortunate
hitch
as
for a
fuck.
second, though outwardly the taijutsu specialist managed to keep an impressively unruffled appearance. Salamander, though, didn't even so much as twitch as the dark chakra pressed down on them. As expected of his ANBU commander, of course. Hokage-sama? Gaikuin asked, voice not yet nervous, but steadily getting there as more and more chakra began to envelop Naruto, its corrupting nature visible in the way it
I don't
ate
know.
away
I
at the
think we
linens
lose.
covering the boy. Hokage-sama? Gaikuin asked again, more urgently this time. No, we wait, Hiruzen replied in a harsh tone,
Oh, that's bad.
eyes fixated on
That
Naruto's
divine
right
shield on
arm,
him is bad.
which was steadily becoming more and more visible, as the Kyuubi's chakra began to eat away at the bandages covering it. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, what is it that we're waiting for? Salamander asked, his nervousness only betrayed by the tenseness of his voice. Slowly,
Oh, no.
Hiruzen let out a smirk.
Kind of good for late game, I guess.
Look at
Yeah, we
Naruto-kuin's
lost this.
arm, Salamander.
Maybe
Gaikuin.
we live,
Both
though?
ninja wearily approached the small child on the hospital bed, who was still leaking massive amounts of demonic chakra, even though the amount slowly started to die off. When they finally reached the foot end of Naruto's bed, Hiruzen's hearing managed to pick up Salamander's
Just barking his
quiet,
head off
"Oh."
right now.
Gaikuin's
All right,
reaction
we need.
didn't require
goddamn, I
any
need to dig.
superb hearing, though.
I also need to
Yash, how can this
kill some
be?
things here.
Hokage-sama. Truly your fountain of youth is fanned by the most impressive of youthful flames. How did you know that this would happen? The eccentric Jounin bellowed enthusiastically, before turning towards Hiruzen with a thumbs up and a grin which literally sparkled. Hiruzen blinked at the light glinting of his taijutsu expert's teeth. That is some impressive genjutsu. That, or he is the most vigorous teeth-brusher in the history of man. Shaking of the random thought, Hiruzen focused on Gaikuin and Salamander, who had turned to look at his leader at well. The aged Hokage walked towards Naruto's bed, until he was standing in between the other two ninja. By now, the Kyuubi's chakra had almost completely disappeared, reduced to a thin film surrounding Naruto's skin. Now that he was standing closer to the blonde boy, Hiruzen could see that the 3 whisker marks on Naruto's cheeks had thickened considerably, while his fingers had developed claws.
That actually could be good.
When the Hokage squinted, he could even see 2 fangs peeking out from under the child's upper lip. He looked at Naruto's arm with a smile on his face. "I am called the professor for a reason, you know?" Hiruzen said smugly, eyes not leaving his surrogate grandson's arm. Surrounded by vile and demonic chakra, wrapped in smoking bandages that had almost been eaten away, Naruto's arm was visible to the world. And it had been healed. Naruto came back to the world in stages. First came sound. The small child could hear several voices somewhere above and to the side of him. He couldn't really make out what was being said, but the voices all spoke in serious tones.
He lost Reborn?
Then came touch.
So
Naruto could feel a coarse fabric on his
I
torso,
guess
while
it is
something
for what's
soft
happening.
was lying underneath his head. A pillow? He could feel that the fabric surrounding him had been damaged in large areas, as if it had been burned, making it feel uncomfortable against his skin.
My hand's too
He
full.
could also feel several thin strips of fabric pressed closely to his body, though most felt even more damaged than the other fabrics. Bandages.
We lose.
Next, almost
My hand's full.
simultaneously, taste and smell came back to him. His mouth felt as if someone had attempted to shove the desert of Suna down his throat, and his nose picked up an acrid smell, like something vile had been burned away. Then finally his vision returned to him, blurry at first. Above him, he could vaguely make out what appeared to be a light bulb. Naruto turned his head to his side, trying to take in the space he was in. It appeared to be a room of some kind, though he didn't recognize it. Then again, at this point the world simply consisted of black and gray blobs. For all he knew, he was just lying in his own bed. Probably not. This pillow is way too nice for that. Naruto let out a groan, something he regretted immediately when it felt like crushed glass tried to work its way back up his throat. Suddenly a large, gray blob was at his side, pressing something cool in his hands. "Drink, Naruto. You're pretty dried up right now," a kind, elderly voice said gently. "Gigi?" Naruto thought tiredly, but he couldn't act on his thought, as clear water was brought to his lips. Drinking greedily, relishing the soothing feeling the liquid had on his sore throat, the blonde child emptied the glass within seconds. Naruto let out another pitiful groan. His throat had stopped aching, but he was still incredibly thirsty. A chuckling was his answer, as the gray blob took away Naruto's empty glass, only to almost immediately replace it with a full one, which the boy accepted without hesitation. "Careful, Naruto. If you drink too fast, you'll just throw it up." Naruto grimaced, but complied. His throat still hurt a little, and he had no intention of making it worse. "Do you remember what happened, Naruto?" Naruto paused his drinking, peering at the gray blob, his vision by now cleared enough to identify it as being indeed the Hokage. "I remember the tree, and light, and a lot of pain," Naruto croaked out, his memory slowly reassembling itself. Old Man Hokage hummed in thought, stroking the small beard on his chin. "Indeed, that is 2 days ago now, Naruto. Do you remember what happened afterwards? Do you remember how you came to be here?" The third continued, fixing Naruto with a heavy stare. Naruto looked around the room, trying to find out where exactly here was. He didn't recognize the room itself, but he recognized it as belonging to Konoha's General Hospital. Looking back at his Gigi, Naruto shook his head. The old man hummed again, before speaking up in his gravelly voice. "When you called on your chakra and punched that tree, Naruto, you destroyed a large part of the forest." Naruto's eyes lit up, an enormous grin stretching across his face. "Wow, really?" The third lifted an imperious eyebrow as he leveled a flat stare at the child.
What is going on right now?
Oh
I'm
no,
in the Twilight
that's
Zone.
horrible," Naruto tried, giving his old man his most innocent look. The The Hokage simply
I could
snorted
buy
in
two
amusement,
minions this turn
before turning a little
and
in
next
order to
turn.
face Naruto better. The child could tell that the mood had turned serious, and wiped his faux expression off his face, giving his Gigi his undivided attention. The old man looked very grave and serious as he looked
those are good.
Naruto straight in his eyes.
I could also
By
just
calling on
upgrade this
so much
turn.
of your chakra, and using it in such an unguarded manner, you
I like
really
upgraded
damaged your
more, I
body,
think.
Naruto. You were seriously hurt. There was a
Let's just
very
sell
real
them and save
possibility
money,
that
yeah.
you could never become a ninja
Maybe?
because of
I
it,
don't know. No,
the
let's just try.
Hokage said in a pained voice, worry clear on his face. Naruto winced. He still remembered the way he had looked in his
Wow.
reflection when he had been inside the seal. He had freaked out when he had seen the damage. He could easily imagine that his precious people had been even worse off. I'm sorry, Gigi. I won't do it again, Naruto said remorsefully. And he meant it. He had felt so incredibly strong when he had called upon his chakra, and the old man had just confirmed that
Okay.
his technique had been
Turn
incredibly
6.
powerful. If he could train it, he would become Hokage in no time, Databeo. But even then, if such a technique would hurt his precious people, then he wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. He cared more about them than the hat. It was just his ninja way. Despite not being a ninja yet, but that was neither here nor there. He was surprised when he heard the old man chuckling. He had expected a stern talking to, maybe a punishment of some sort, who knows, maybe even a tear-filled request to never do something stupid like that again. There had definitely not been any humorous chuckling involved in the young child's imagination. Naruto-kun, it warms my heart to see you deny the lure of power so easily, in favor of your precious people. No matter what the villagers may tell you, you Naruto carry with you the will of fire. The old man said, glowing pride almost visible in his voice, as he leaned forward to ruffle Naruto's golden hair. Naruto looked down at his knees, trying to hide the tears that had sprung up in his eyes. For a shunned child like him, such proud words were more precious than all the money in the world. However, as he looked down, he saw his arm. Or more importantly, his healed arm. Lifting it in front of his face, Naruto couldn't contain a small whoa of amazement. Again, the third Hokage chuckled and opened his mouth to say something. He was cut off, however, when Naruto chuckled as well. Guess the damned fox came through after all, Naruto said in amazement. His attention was so intensely focused on his newly healed arm, he failed to see the third Hokage tense up, a harsh look flashing across his face. For that matter, Naruto had yet to notice the presence of Konoha, beautiful green beast in the room, who, like his Hokage, had immediately tensed up. It would be several years until Naruto would be skilled enough to even notice a hidden ANBU commander, let alone an ANBU commander ready to leap into battle at any second, or the minutest hints of danger. Completely oblivious to the commotion and well-concealed terror he had just caused, Naruto frowned. Maybe the fox was telling the truth about not lying after all. The young child murmured to himself, unaware of the intense looks this gathered from the present ninja. The fox, Naruto? The old man spoke up sternly. Naruto perked up. He had been both scared and tired when he had woken up in the seal and met the Kyuubi, and because of that he hadn't completely understood everything the giant fox had told him. However, his Gigi was super smart. He would probably know what the demon was up to. He was the Hokage after all. He knew everything about everything. Turning to one of his most precious people, Naruto started babbling. Yeah, Gigi. After I punched that tree and everything went black. I woke up, but I didn't wake up here. I woke up in some giant room, and on one end of the room there were these really big golden bars. But I didn't know what they were for, until the fox started talking from behind the bars. Of course I didn't know it was the fox then. I just saw his eyes and his teeth. Did you know that the fox had really big eyes and teeth, Gigi? Like, really, really, really big. But I wasn't scared at all. He started talking, but I didn't like what he said, so I went up to him and I said to him, Naruto. The excitable blonde snapped his mouth shut with an audible click, a blush covering his face as he abashedly rubbed the nape of his neck. Sorry, Gigi. I guess I got carried away there, huh? He saw his old man peering at him intensely, looking unusually stern, making Naruto feel uncomfortable. This continued for several moments, until Naruto's back became drenched in sweat. Then the Hokage smiled a gentle smile, and the aura of tension that had filled the room disappeared almost completely. No matter, Naruto, no matter. I am just pleased that you remain your boisterous self, the Hokage said warmly. Naruto nodded, despite not really understanding what his old man meant by that. However, had he been in possession of more powerful observational skills, then he would have noticed both Might Guy and the ANBU Commander Salamander relax noticeably, something in their Hokage's wording putting them at ease. Try to begin at the start, Naruto, from the moment you woke up in the large room until the moment you woke up here. And a little slower this time, perhaps? The third suggested gently, a smile still on his face. Naruto nodded and started talking.
Good lord.
The Hokage didn't interrupt him once,
This
though
guy has it all
Naruto could
right
tell
now.
the aged ninja was taken by surprise several times during his tale. It took the better part of an hour before Naruto was finished with his story, during which the Hokage kept silently handing him glasses of water. Now he was sitting upright in bed, sipping his 7th glass of water, his eyes going back and forth from the Hokage to a weirdly dressed man with truly humongous eyebrows. He had noticed the man's presence while he had been talking about his experience in the seal, which had caused him to almost vault out of the bed and through the nearest window. Seriously. Ninja were ridiculously silent when they wished to be. He was brought out of his musing when the old man cleared his throat. Naruto turned to the Hokage, preparing himself for any questions the aged ninja would probably have for him. After a few seconds spent in thoughtful silence, the third started asking his questions. So, you are positive that the Kyuubi said that an Uchiha was responsible for the attack 6 years ago? The old man asked. Naruto furrowed his brow. If you mean if I'm sure or not, then yeah. He did say that. He was rather angry about it too. He kept cursing the Uchiha and their eyes. Kinda weird. I mean, yeah, most of them are jerks, but I don't get why he kept on cursing their eyes and not the rest of them. Naruto nodded firmly, not seeing the Hokage's lip twitch in amusement. A discussion for another day, perhaps. Naruto, do you think that the Kyuubi was telling the truth when he told you that he didn't lie? The old man continued, gray eyes boring in Naruto's blue ones. Naruto thought long and hard about this, absent-mindedly stroking his newly healed arm. Finally, he gave a tentative nod. I think so. Whatever he says probably won't be the entire truth, but at least it won't be a lie, Naruto said, managing to keep any hesitation out of his voice. The old man simply hummed again and descended into deep thought. It was obvious his GG was thinking very hard about something. So Naruto started to examine the room, while waiting for the Hokage to finish thinking. His eyes eventually landed on the green-clad ninja with the weird eyebrows. Seeing that Naruto's eyes were focused on him, the weird ninja grinned, before giving Naruto a thumb up, the light glinting of the man's teeth. Naruto hurriedly looked straight ahead, hoping his GG would be finished with thinking soon. As if the old man had heard his thoughts, who knew, maybe he did. They were ninja after all, there was probably a jutsu for that or something. The aged ninja shook himself before clearing his throat. In that case, Naruto, please inform the Kyuubi that I will try to look into the matter. However, that being said, promise me that you will not try and meet with the demon, Naruto. While he may have decided not to lie to you, the Kyuubi is both old and wise, and it will probably try to trick you at every chance it gets. The third Hokage said seriously, fixing Naruto with a stare. Naruto quickly nodded. The seal had been very boring and the fox had been very scary, at first at least, and Naruto had no intention of going back anytime soon. Now, we must decide what to do with you, Naruto. Oh, that doesn't sound good. The small child thought to himself, his troublemaker senses going haywire. We cannot send you back to the academy right now, Naruto. The Kyuubi's chakra has done an incredible job of healing the damage to your body, but it has still been put under incredible stress, both by your technique and the healing. On top of that, you suffer from mild chakra burns, which will make it impossible for you to work with your chakra for about a week. The Hokage said sadly. Naruto felt crushed. He needed the academy in order to train and become stronger so that he could become Hokage, especially now that he had promised his Gigi that he wouldn't try his new technique anymore. Instead, you will apprentice under Jounin Might Guy here. Gaikuin is a famous taijutsu specialist and he will oversee your recovery. You will train under him in order to strengthen your body and gain a better control over your chakra. Then maybe next time you don't blow yourself up as well when you use your technique. The old man chuckled. Naruto gaped at his Gigi. Did you just… Really? The blonde yelled excitedly. Really? The Hokage chuckled. Your technique is truly impressive, Naruto. Keep this up and train safely under a teacher, and I expect to give this hat to you in no time at all. The old man said with a smile on his face. Naruto catapulted himself from the bed, slamming into the Hokage's chest, giving a crushing hug and burying his face in the aged ninja's chest, hiding his tears from the world. The old man's booming laughter filled the small hospital room, making Guy smile as well as he looked at the scene. You better prepare to give up the hat real soon, old man. I'm gonna be Hokage before you know it, Databeo. The professor laughed again, ruffling his surrogate grandson's hair. I will hold you that, Naruto. Now you better hurry along. Gaikuin is waiting for you. Go with him. Get to know each other. He will tell you what you're going to do for the rest of this year. Once he deems you ready, you can go back to the academy. The aged Hokage said warmly, gently untangling the young child from his robes. Sure thing, Gigi. Come on, let's go, Bushibrow-sensei. Naruto yelled excitedly, jumping from his Gigi's lap and sprinting towards the door of his hospital room, leaving a bemused Might Guy in his wake. Naruto paused, however, when he put his hand on the doorknob. He hadn't really considered it yet, due to being overwhelmed at the time, but now he recalled that the Kyuubi had said that he had been sealed inside of him. A demon was inside his body, maybe not in the literal sense, but the connection was still there. Biting his lip in uncertainty, the blonde turned back towards the Hokage, fear filling his eyes. Gigi, the villagers, were they right when they called me demon? The elderly Hokage gave a deep sigh, before coming to his feet and walking towards Naruto. Bending down to one knee so he could look the small boy in the eye, the professor gave Naruto his most reassuring smile. Naruto, you are no demon. You have seen the Kyuubi, it is your prisoner, but it is not you. You are simply the jail that keeps us safe every single day. You're not a demon, Naruto. You are a hero, the Hokage said firmly. Naruto felt like an enormous weight had been lifted from his shoulder, or like a shroud of darkness that he hadn't realized had been there had been removed. He felt lighter and happier than he could remember ever being in his entire short life. Thanks, Gigi, Naruto whispered, furiously wiping at his eyes. Anytime, Naruto. Anytime, the Hokage said, his smile wrinkling the skin around his eyes and mouth. Now off you go, the old man said, opening the door and gently pushing Naruto through it. Naruto nodded, before giving a grin that could rival the sun in intensity. Maybe even rival that of Might Guy's. Maybe. Let's go, Bushibrow-sensei, Naruto yelled, before dashing down the hallway, laughter and angry reprimands following in his wake. The Hokage turned to his taijutsu specialist, amusement dancing in his eyes. I believe you are being called Gaikuin. Konoha's beautiful green beast blinked a few times in bewilderment, before giving a loud laugh and dashing after the blonde blur. YOSH, I see that your flames are already impressively fanned, my youthful student. Together, we shall fan those flames so that your fountain of youth may be everlasting. YOSH. Hiruzen was still chuckling as he slowly walked towards his own residence, not far from the Konoha hospital. As he was walking, a shadow disconnected itself from the ceiling and dropped down behind him. It straightened up, revealing itself to be the ANBU Commander Salamander. The commander drew level with Hiruzen, and they continued walking in silence towards the Hokage's home. While outwardly the commander appeared unreadable, Hiruzen could tell that the ninja desperately wanted to ask some questions. He wasn't disappointed. Hokage-sama, what do you wish to do with the information Uzumaki has provided us? Hiruzen didn't answer for a moment, his eyes clouded in thought. What makes you think I will do anything at all with the information, Salamander? It was given by the Kyuubi no Kitsune after all. Not the most truthful intelligence source, I think you'll agree. Hiruzen rumbled in his gravelly voice. Another silence fell as the ANBU commander thought about this. Uzumaki was of the opinion that the Kyuubi was being truthful when it swore it would speak no lies. Hiruzen smiled, as he fished his pipe from somewhere underneath his robes, lighting it with a simple katon, equals fire, jutsu. And you trust young Naruto's judgment in this? Perhaps. Maybe it would be wise to ask a Yamanaka to accompany Uzumaki in a trip to the demon, so we may get a less impressionable interpretation of the Kyuubi's words. Hiruzen shook his head, puffing away on his pipe. I'm afraid that is simply too dangerous, Salamander. Naruto didn't meet the Kyuubi in his own mindscape, but instead sent his mental projection to the dimension the seal has created. A Yamanaka could technically hitch a ride when Naruto's projection travels from his mind to the seal, but there's no guarantee of the Yamanaka being able to leave again. Powerful in the mind arts they may be, dimension travelers they are not. Hiruzen intoned gravely, already having thought of this long and hard. I see,
Okay.
Salamander said curtly,
That was
before
weird.
falling silent.
I
In
think he
that
would
case,
actually
we
be
have
listening
no other
for-
option
yeah.
but to trust Uzumaki's
I think we
instinct.
get rid
Regardless
of-
whether
I
the
don't know.
demon was being truthful or not, the information provided is too grave to not look into, Hokage-sama, no matter the source. The commander continued. Hiruzen sighed, blowing out a large cloud of smoke. I agree, Salamander. As this information is now only shared between you, me, and Gaikuin, I ask that you investigate this matter personally. Delegate all your other duties which not require immediate attention to those you see fit to handle them. Then focus all of your efforts on unraveling the truth behind the demon's words. You will receive any manpower and security clearance you think you may need, Salamander. Hiruzen said softly, but firmly, hoping that he wasn't making a monumental decision. Hi, Hokage-sama, Salamander said crisply, snapping off a salute, even as they were still walking. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement, before continuing on. He was surprised to find that Salamander remained at his side. Evidently, the ANBU commander had something to get off his chest.
That's a
Hokage-sama,
beefy-
about
he gets reborn
Gai-san
with nothing, so-
Salamander began. If you are concerned about the fact that Gaikuin is privy to this information as well, then do not worry. He has my full confidence, Hiruzen said reassuringly. It is not that, Hokage-sama. I know Gai-san is loyal to
Still pretty
Konoha and
healthy.
smart enough to keep the intel to himself. Rather, the ANBU commander trailed off. Hiruzen widened his eyes in surprise. It was not often an ANBU, let alone their commander, couldn't find the words to say something. Speak, Salamander. I feel that troubled times are ahead of us, and I'd like for there to be no secrets between the two of us. Hiruzen said invitingly, encouraging his commander to speak his mind. Hokage-sama, forgive me, but is it wise
have
to
that
pair
undead
those
there,
two
I don't know.
together? Hiruzen stopped
It's hard to
walking
say.
and turned to
Didn't
his
feel right.
ANBU commander, his face set in a disapproving frown. We have already discussed this, Salamander. At length, I might add. Gaikuin is a world-renowned expert on the celestial gates, and as such is the ideal person to train Naruto, so that he may avoid being so injured in the future. Or perhaps you just happen to have such an expert hiding amongst my ANBU forces. If so, let him come forth. I'll gladly
He
evaluate
has
his
a lot. I
worth
think he
against
beats
that of
me.
Gaikuin.
He does beat me.
Hiruzen said sternly,
Like,
his
easily.
voice brooking no argument. Salamander immediately bowed
Like,
his head,
He just fucked me up.
realizing he was testing his Hokage's patience. I understand, Hokage-sama. Forgive me. Hiruzen let his expression soften, even as began walking again. He could hear Salamander's footsteps, after a slight hesitation, fall in line with his again. Despite his appearance and personality, Might Guy is one of our most accomplished jounin, Salamander. His will of fire burns as one of the brightest amongst the Konoha ninja,
Well, we're just
and
gonna
his
put
loyalty
that
is
on him.
absolute. Have no fear. I expect great things from Naruto under that man's guidance. Hiruzen said, his tone assured and fond. As they continued walking, the aged Sarutobi glanced towards the mountain wall lining one edge of the village. Or more importantly, he looked at the faces hewn out of the rock, staring imperiously out over their village. His gaze lingered on the final head, to the right of his own. Great things indeed. Chapter 4: Training, Youth, and Flying Lessons. Naruto couldn't help but grin. In fact, he hadn't stopped grinning from the moment Gigi had given him permission to train his new technique. He had even assigned him a teacher. Sure, Bushibrow Sensei was more than just a little weird, what with his massive eyebrows and his weird hair. And while
I really
Naruto could
don't know
admire the
still.
man's dedication to a single
Like,
color, Naruto was still trying to scavenge an outfit that consisted solely of the color orange. He had to wonder about what the man had chosen to wear.
the
A
fuck?
spandex jumpsuit? Really? Naruto shook his head, shaking of his musings about his teacher's wardrobe choices. He had more important matters to concern himself with after all. He was going to train. Actually train, not just mucking about by himself on some abandoned academy training ground, trying to replicate what the teachers had
I don't
thought
know.
in class that day. Something that became noticeably more difficult when he didn't show up for class in the first place. But today would be different. He had been forced to wait for about a week after being discharged from the hospital in order to heal
It
from
was
his
actually really
chakra
bad for
burns
me.
and the
I think
lingering
the
damage
AI
to his
beats me.
body. But today he had been finally cleared to start with training. Today, a teacher would help him train his technique and teach him about chakra and strengthening his body and, well, about other ninja stuff Naruto supposed. He hadn't been in the academy long enough, or often enough for that matter, to really understand the full scope of what a ninja was capable of, and thus all the fields they needed to train in order to become proficient in them. Finally managing to control himself enough to stop bouncing in place, Naruto snapped to attention, trying to imitate the at-ease position that he saw other ninja fall into when around his Gigi. Focusing his attention, Naruto could tell by the man's amused smile he hadn't quite pulled it off. He wanted to scowl at the man's smile. Experience had skewed Naruto's perception of other people's expressions and social interactions, not helped by being so isolated himself. In Naruto's young and somewhat stunted mind, a smile was almost always an indication of derision or condescension. The only exceptions to this were his Gigi and the nice people at Ichiraku's, and he knew those people close enough to be able to tell the difference. He didn't know his impromptu sensei, though. Any suspicion from Naruto's side was waved off, though, when the man crinkled his eyes and gave a grin which literally sparkled. Bushibrow Sensei gave him a thumbs up, standing in a dramatic pose as he did so. YOSH, my youthful student, in the year that you will study under me, we shall endeavor to strengthen your body so that it can handle the inferno that is your truly youthful flames of chakra. If you study hard and work even harder, I have no doubt that you can use your youthful techniques safely by the end of the year. Naruto blinked a couple times at his new sensei, who was still standing in his weird pose, absent-mindedly rubbing his ear. Bushibrow Sensei had a set of lungs on him, if nothing else at least. Seeing that his sensei had dropped out of his pose, finally, and was now staring at him in anticipation, Naruto realized he had yet to answer the man's loud boast. Internally shrugging, Naruto decided to go for a "if you can't beat them, join them" mentality and snapped to attention, his left hand lifted to his temple. OSSU. YOSH. Unknown to both sensei and student, a few blocks away, a certain copycat ninja felt a chill shudder down his spine. The silver-haired ninja warily checked his surroundings from behind his orange book, but saw nothing immediately threatening around him. In fact, all seemed utterly peaceful and normal on this sunny day. Then why did I just have a sense of doom filling me? Sharingan no Kakashi thought to himself with another shudder. Now then, my youthful student, the first thing I wish for you to do is to repeat what you did before you unleashed your youthful attack. Bushy-brow sensei bellowed again, sparkling grin still on his face. Naruto managed to hide his wince at the man's boisterous volume, before fully registering what the odd man had just said. Raising his hand as if he were still in the classroom at the academy, Naruto waved it impatiently. His sensei appeared confused at the action at first, before giving an amused nod. Dropping his hand and again falling into an imitation of the at-ease form, Naruto spoke up as seriously as he could. But Bushy-brow sensei, isn't that dangerous? The last time I did that, I ended up in the hospital for 2 whole days. His sensei nodded a few times in contemplation, stroking his chin in a serious manner, adopting a thoughtful pose. Suddenly his hand whipped out at incredible speeds, finger pointing at Naruto, who let out an eep of surprise and fell over. Firstly, my youthful student, my name is not Bushy-brow sensei. Naruto worked himself to his feet, only to be bowled over again, as his sensei continued talking, now holding up a second finger. Secondly, my youthful student, you will not actually be pre-forming the attack. I simply wish for you to do the same thing you did before you unleashed your flames of youth, and then hold it there. Naruto worked himself to his feet again, worry still clear on his face, but was startled out of his musings when he felt a large hand clamp down on his shoulder. Looking up, Naruto stared at the face of his sensei, who was now smiling without showing all of his teeth. His eyes crinkled in the same way his Gigi's would when the man was amused. Please do not worry yourself, Uzumaki-san. As long as you are my student, I swear that no undue harm shall befall you. You have my word for it. The odd man said in a comforting tone of voice, completely serious. Naruto felt himself reassured at the man's quiet words, and gave a determined nod. His sensei gave an approving one in return and took a few steps back, arms crossed in front of his chest. Whenever you are ready, Uzumaki-san, please proceed. Steeling himself, Naruto closed his eyes and spread his feet, falling in the same stance he had used when he had first connected with his chakra. Holding his hands up in the ram seal used for the focusing of chakra, Naruto tried to recall what he had done about a week ago. He slowed his breathing easy enough, but once again, Naruto's mind couldn't empty itself properly. Though there were numerous people within Konoha that would claim this was because Naruto's mind was empty to begin with, Naruto disagreed. Naruto was acutely aware of his teacher watching him and felt incredibly
I lost.
self-conscious. On top of that,
It's over.
his mind kept flashing back to the reflection of himself that he had seen when he had been inside the seal, which was also a sense of turmoil for the small child. While it had been incredibly reassuring to hear his Gigi think of him like a hero instead of a demon, it didn't ease the sting from the insults of the other villagers. In fact, they only hurt even more now. Before,
Pretty sure
he
they're
had been able to
healing for
reassure
more.
himself that the villagers had
Yeah, they
simply
are.
been
It's
mean and
over.
spiteful, their
I
words
can't beat
only
this
fueled by and
right
based
now.
on hate. Apparently, they held at least a kernel of truth, no matter how ignorant of said truth the people were. All of this led to a very troubled child that simply couldn't get his mind to become clear and empty. His mounting frustration at his continued failures with the technique were certainly not helping in that regard. Right as he was about to give up, he heard the reassuring voice of his teacher, who was still speaking in his soft, gentle tone of voice. Feel free to take your time, Uzumaki-san. Connecting with your chakra is a very difficult task to accomplish, but the more you do it, the easier it will become. For now, clear your thoughts. If you find this to be difficult, then focus instead on something soothing, like your breathing. Taking his teacher's advice to heart, Naruto tried to stop letting his thoughts and doubts run rampant, firmly shoving them to the back of his mind, ignoring them for now. Instead, he focused on his breathing, trying to give it his entire attention.
I'll be right back.
Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. And out. In. Out. And so it continued, slowly, The various thoughts and doubts that had been gnawing at Naruto's consciousness started to fade away, his mind clearing. Then the outside world started to fall away. The rustling of the leaves, the feel of wind on his face, the gaze of his teacher on his form. In. Out. As the outside world ceased to exist, and his mind became empty of all thought, Naruto finally achieved the mental state required to interact with one's chakra. In. Out. Immediately he felt that something was different. The first time he had tried to connect to his chakra, he had fallen away from his own body, coming upon his chakra that appeared to him like a sun. When he had returned to his body, the light of his chakra had followed him, coursing wildly through the passageways in his body. And apparently it hadn't left. Instead of falling away from his body towards the light, Naruto felt its familiar warmth storm throughout his chakra system, a light that raced throughout his very being. Focusing on the torrents of chakra, Naruto felt a secondary source of light, sporadically entering his system, before being assimilated in his own chakra. The QB. It made sense in a way. Whereas Naruto's own chakra felt like a sun, bright and life-giving, the other chakra was like a different kind of sun, scorching and baleful. Matches his personality, at least. Naruto snorted mentally. He couldn't tell for certain, but he thought he got a faint sense of annoyance from the back of his mind. Ignoring it for now, Naruto focused again on his own light. He started to urge it to go faster through his veins, to draw more from the central core of light that shone from somewhere around his belly. Slowly, the amount of chakra coursing through his body started to increase, carefully at first, but growing wilder every second. Naruto didn't know it, but he was once again surrounded by a shroud of energy, swirling around him like a maelstrom, digging deep grooves in the ground. "Thank you, Uzumaki-san, that's quite enough. Please try to keep it at this level." Suddenly came the voice of Bushibrow Sensei. "I can draw on more," Naruto quickly said, not wanting to give a weak impression to his teacher. "Really?" came the surprised reply. Naruto couldn't see it, but Might Guy had an impressed look on his face. The Jounin thought carefully for a moment, before shaking his head. "While that is certainly impressive, it would be better to keep it to this level for now. You are, after all, only recently healed from severe chakra burns, and if you were to draw on more, it might impede with my own observations of how your technique works." Naruto was somewhat disappointed he couldn't really cut loose, but his teacher made sense. So he stopped drawing on more chakra and instead tried to keep the chakra he had called upon from returning to his core. "Good, very good, Naruto-kun. Now, please prepare to throw a punch like the one you had thrown when you first experimented with this technique, but do not throw the punch itself. If you feel as if you cannot contain it anymore, please try to simply let the chakra naturally recede. If this fails, please alert me, and I will make sure you do not injure yourself." Naruto was briefly apprehensive about preparing to throw a punch again. After all, the last one had left him in a pretty bad shape. He quickly shoved it to the side though. This time he had a teacher to help him and keep him safe, so there was nothing to fear. On top of that, how was he ever going to become Hokage when he was too scared to even use his own techniques? A determined frown on his face, Naruto cocked back his fist, keeping it close to his body. He started to slowly guide the chakra running through his body to pool into his fist, slowly increasing the amount in a controlled manner. After all, teacher or no, a little caution never hurt anybody. Because he still had his eyes closed, Naruto didn't see the effect his efforts had on his clenched fist. Like before, it was encased in a swirling cloak of chakra, far denser than the one surrounding the rest of his body, appearing almost as a physical construct that obscured his fist in swirling blue. Guy, however, paying close attention to his student, did see the results of Naruto's efforts and barely contained a gasp. That is almost like the fourth's technique." Guy was shaken from his revelation by a grunt from Naruto. The boy had his face scrounged up in determination. his teeth clenched in the effort to contain his power. Sensei, I don't think I can control any more chakra. Naruto ground out between his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Then do not call upon further amounts of chakra, Naruto. Simply try to maintain the amount you have now gathered in your fist. Remember, try not to throw a punch yet, and should you lose control, give me a warning. Naruto gave a curt nod before starting to tone down the amount of chakra he had been pulling towards his fist. It proved to be more difficult than he had originally thought it would be. The chakra system circulated chakra throughout the body, much like the blood vessels do with blood. This meant that fully cutting off the flow of chakra to a specific part of the body was not only nearly impossible, it could have dire consequences. More importantly to Naruto, however, this meant that his chakra system kept circulating chakra towards his fist, where it was being added to the amount already gathered. He could feel his control slowly slip with each heartbeat. Sensei, I can't control it anymore, Naruto yelled, panic slowly creeping into his voice. Gai-sensei remained calm though, his tone steady and controlled, calming Naruto down somewhat. No need to worry, Naruto-kun. Simply try to let go of the chakra you have gathered, letting it flow naturally into the rest of your system. Giving a hurried nod, Naruto tried to take a deep breath, taking care to not let all of the gathered energy dissipate too fast. He had a feeling that would end badly. However, as he started to lose his hold on the chakra pooled into his fist, Naruto encountered a significant problem. The chakra wouldn't leave. Instead, the more Naruto loosened his hold on it, the wilder it became, making containing it increasingly difficult. On the outside, this manifested itself in a destabilizing of the whirlpool of blue surrounding Naruto's fist. Might Guy took notice of this with a worried frown. Sensei? Naruto asked, unable to keep the building panic from his voice. He had felt something similar to this when his Gigi had arrived when he had experimented with his chakra the first time around. The uncontrollable chakra, not willing to stand down, violently churning within his body, searching for an explosive release. Unbidden, his mangled reflection returned to the forefront of his mind's eye, and Naruto barely managed to keep himself from a full-out panic attack. Sensei? Control yourself, small one. Kyuubi? Naruto was so surprised by the thunderous voice of the demon contained within the seal inscribed on his stomach, he simply forgot to panic. Indeed, came the dry response. Cease your panicking, small one, it will do you no good. Well, what else am I supposed to do then? In case you haven't noticed, my chakra won't listen to me anymore. Take care of the tone you take with me, little one. The Kyuubi growled dangerously low, making Naruto involuntarily gulp in apprehension. Now, your chakra obviously doesn't wish to simply dissipate, and losing your hold on it will simply cause it to behave out of control. So, instead of lamenting what your chakra won't do, try to work with what you do have. The knowledge that the fox had a plan calmed Naruto down somewhat, and he felt his panic slowly ebb away. So, what do I have? He could almost feel the demon fox roll his eyes. You have a powerful attack, and a very accomplished teacher. Contain your chakra, bring it under your control once more, and tell your sensei that whatever he has prepared for you to keep you from being injured from your own attack, he should implement it now. Naruto internally nodded, somehow having a feeling that the Kyuubi saw the gesture. Thanks, Foxy-san, Naruto mentally yelled, once again somehow feeling the tailed beast give an eye roll. While this was happening, Might Guy had been regarding his student warily. The child had obviously panicked at the loss of control over his chakra, after failing to let it dissipate, calling out to him in fear. However, just as Guy prepared himself to step in, Naruto had fallen silent, gaining a confused look on his face, and tilted his head, as if he were listening to something. The fear turned into confusion, and then turned into determination, Naruto sometimes giving a few nods to something Guy couldn't hear. It felt as if he were watching only one end of a conversation. and he had a sinking suspicion on who was on the other end of it. Apparently, the demon is capable of communication with Naruto-kun. The Hokage should be made aware of this as soon as possible. He was distracted from his musings by Naruto opening his eyes. Normally a bright ocean blue, they now glowed with an inner power, making for quite an impressive sight, despite his student's young age. The child's face was still marred by apprehension, but the fear from before was now absent, instead having been replaced with remarkable determination. "Sensei, I can't dissipate the chakra I have gathered. I'm going to have release it into a punch. Please prepare whatever technique you have that will keep me from harm," the boy said in the most serious voice he could manage, though Guy still heard the small tremor the blonde tried to hide. He gave a grim smile, hoping it would reassure his student. "I am ready, Naruto-kun. Whenever you feel ready, please continue." Getting a nod from the child, he slid into his own stance, a slight variation to the standard Goken. Naruto nodded back to his teacher, before cocking back his fist again. The clearing he and his sensei were standing on had no obstacles that Naruto could focus on, so he simply decided to punch forwards and hope for the best. Letting out a yell, Naruto shot his fist out, the power behind the attack making Naruto streak forwards as well, upturning the ground underneath his feet. He almost feared that he would have a repeat of his first experiment as he approached the trees lining the clearing. And these were all trees of the great Hashirama variant, big and thick, a far cry from the spindly sapling Naruto had collided with during his first attempt. Fear threatened to overwhelm him as his fist edged ever closer to the bark of the tree. However, before he could make contact with the rough wood, his fist impacted something soft. A brief flash of green let him know that his sensei had caught his punch. "Wow, sensei is really strong," Naruto thought in awe, before his thought was cut off by pain starting to bloom in his arm and shoulder. Time slowed to a crawl, allowing Naruto to see what the problem was. Despite the power of his attack, his sensei remained unmoving, not giving even an inch. However, this meant that Naruto, who still had enormous forwards momentum, started to flatten his own arm. Much like a wild cart would smash itself apart when it slammed into a wall. However, it appeared that his sensei had come to the conclusion even before Naruto did. As time slowly started to speed up again, Naruto saw his sensei shift his grip, his arm moving backwards with Naruto's forwards momentum, his hand shifting its grip from Naruto's fist to his wrist. Turning on his own axis, Bushy-Brow Sensei pulled Naruto around, redirecting his momentum away from the tree. Now with his back towards the trees, Naruto almost let out a laugh. His sensei had done as promised and saved him from going splat against one of the trees. His laugh was cut off before it even had a chance to properly form, as now Naruto faced the clearing. While still having a lot of kinetic energy, which had yet to dissipate. And the ground looked rather uncomfortably hard. Before Naruto could give voice to his fears though, his sensei shifted his stance once more. Before he had pulled Naruto level across his chest. Now he let the arm holding Naruto trail behind silently, while dipping it slightly downwards. Meanwhile, Bushy-Brow's sensei other arm extended to point straight up to the sky, even as he twisted his torso slightly. Naruto was briefly reminded of a ninja throwing something as far as possible, before realizing that his sensei was standing in the exact same position. "Sensei? Sensei Ithai." Anything further Naruto would have liked to have yelled was cut off though, as with a mighty heave, Bushy-Brow's sensei threw Naruto high into the sky. Naruto was completely unashamed to admit he was yelling like a little girl, while he sailed upwards through the sky, Konoha slowly becoming smaller below him. He dimly registered the Kyuubi swearing up an impressive storm in the back of his mind, but any thoughts he could have had about that was cut off by the sheer terror that gripped him when he realized Konoha started to get bigger again. He was falling back down. Meanwhile, unknown to Naruto, several Nara who had been engrossed with the time-honored clan tradition of cloud watching blinked their eyes in surprise. Something orange was sailing through the sky. And it was screaming. Almost simultaneously, many of the Nara chalked it up to having lain in the sun for too long, and to the shock of the rest of the village and their families, got up to continue with their ninja duties. As that was happening, high up in his office, looking out over the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed to himself in contentment. The weather was great, and Naruto was finally cleared for training, which meant that Hiruzen at last had a moment of peace after a full week of being hounded by the hyperactive blonde. He had felt the massive amounts of chakra Naruto had called upon, naturally, and with a smile on his face turned towards that direction, only to see something orange fall down from the sky. Slowly, a tick mark started to form on his head, as his office was drowned in his potent killing intent, making his secretary outside break out in cold sweat. Turning around, intent of making his way towards Naruto's training ground, Hiruzen saw that Salamander had already assembled the Hokage's personal bodyguard. The man's mask and crisp posture didn't betray anything. As Hiruzen stalked past, his robes snapping around him, he ground out, "Not word." His commander dipped his head. "Of course, Hokage-sama." The amusement in the ninja's voice could not be concealed. During all this, Hatake Kakashi, who had steadily felt a growing sense of doom travel down his spine, was now holed up in his apartment, kunai ready in his hand. His paranoid mind had begun to fray at the edges as his nerves remained strung on high alert during the day. Ready for anything, Kakashi carefully moved over towards one of the windows looking out over Konoha, gently pushing away the blinds in order to look outside, and saw something orange fall down from the sky. Suddenly, the sense of dread that had followed him around all day increased exponentially. Back with Naruto, the boy was still yelling his head off, only pausing to take short gasps of much-needed air, before continuing to give voice to his fear. By now, he had descended low enough that he could make out the ground of the clearing, which was rapidly getting closer. "Foxy-san, I just want you to know, I had really hoped we could become friends sometime down the line," Naruto thought dejectedly. "I know, little one, I appreciate it. Maybe we could have become friends," the Kyuubi answered gravely. Naruto closed his eyes, prepared to meet the cold, unforgiving ground, and ready to go to the next life. Who knows? Maybe they have an Ichiraku's there too? The ground got closer still, the wind whipping around Naruto's body, and he could almost feel how he was about to smash into the ground. "Yosh, have no fear, my student. I shall not let your flames of youth die out so easily. Ha ha ha." Only to be tackled by something solid. With an oomph, Naruto felt strong arms catch him by the middle. His downwards momentum turned into a much lower, sideways one. Naruto and his savior skidded onto the ground, leaving a deep trench behind them. Naruto was carefully lowered to the ground, on which he thankfully splayed himself out, laying spread-eagled on his back looking up at the sky he had just descended from. "Well, my youthful student, how do you feel?" Tiredly turning his head, Naruto looked at his sensei, who was standing next to him, wearing his signature sparkling grin. Completely whipped out by his training and the experience of falling from high up in the sky, Naruto simply blurted out the first thing his mind could come up with. "You threw me." Gai-sensei nodded, giving him a thumbs up. "Indeed, and then I caught you." Naruto stared at his teacher dumbfoundedly, before giving a groan and closing his eyes once more. "I do not like that man,"
Change this
the Kyuubi
godforsaken
groused
cell.
from within Naruto's mind. For once, he and the fox were in perfect agreement. The next day saw Naruto and his sensei on the same training ground. Naruto stared dubiously and somewhat warily
I
at his
like that.
teacher,
Alright, dude.
who looked like crap.
This is already zero, so...
"Sensei, what the hell happened to you?" His teacher tried to give him one of his sparkling grins, but couldn't quite pull it off due to the black eye and the split lip. "Ah, my useful student. It would appear that both the Hokage and my eternal rival Hatake Kakashi disagreed with my teaching methods." His teacher's raspy voice
Oh
thankfully
yeah, I
kept him
forgot.
from using
Select the
his
song.
more boisterous volume. But Naruto couldn't help but feel somewhat concerned for the man. Absolutely crazy or not, the man was still dedicated to teaching Naruto, which earned him some concern at least. But are you all right? Naruto asked tentatively. Something he had said must have hit his teacher deeply, because suddenly the man was right there, shaking Naruto by the shoulders, a waterfall of tears flowing from his eyes. My youthful student, the concern for your teacher's health fuels my flames to unknown heights. I swear I will increase your fountain of youth, so much that it may rival the greatness of your heart. And if I cannot do that, I will run around Konoha 300 times on my hands. Naruto was a little taken aback by the man's odd behavior and loud voice, but couldn't help but become enthusiastic himself. This man was going to make him strong, Databeo. He made a promise, and to Naruto, a promise was more binding than any contract that could be written down on paper. OSSU, how do we start? Drawing himself to his full height, one hand on his hip, the other raising a finger to the sky, Bushibrow Sensei looked at Naruto with flames of determination in his eyes. In order to fan your flames of youth to an inferno. Yeah. In order to become the strongest that you can possibly be. Yeah. We shall start your grueling, but ultimately worth it, training regime with. Come on, just tell me already. Push-ups. History lessons. It was a sunny day as Naruto and his classmates were training in the yard of the academy, under the watchful eye of their sensei, Umino Irika. While the rest of the children were running laps, preforming katas, or endlessly repeating jumping jacks, Naruto was deep in focus. He was feeling for his chakra, the warmth storming through his veins, trying to wrestle it under his control. Slowly, oh so terribly slowly, the by now familiar shroud was starting to form around Naruto's body, its swirling motions in homage to the boy's clan. As the blue glow started to grow brighter, it began to draw the attention of his classmates and his sensei. Again. Before he reached him, however, Naruto gained a confident smirk, opened his now glowing eyes, and lifted his right arm parallel to his shoulder. Briefly, Irika wondered what the prankster was up to, when his question was answered by the sudden increase of the cloud surrounding the boy's arm. Instead of swirling around it with a little over an inch of thickness, it explosively expanded, forming a swirling cocoon of a little over a foot in diameter, roughly resembling Naruto's arm. With a yell that shook the earth, the blonde raised his arm over his head, before slamming it down into the ground with an even greater shock, completely shattering the ground beneath him. Both Irika and Naruto were blasted of their feet, Irika managing to right himself at the last moment though, while Naruto was a little more unfortunate. Flying end over tea kettle, Naruto ended up looking at the cloud-free sky, wondering just how he got in that position. Within moments, however, the sky was replaced by the furious face of Umino Irika, bearing down upon him in righteous fury. He. Hey there, sensei. Naruto hesitantly ventured. Naruto. Naruto could tell he had made his sensei angrier than usual. The throbbing veins in the man's forehead were a big clue. Being pushed a little further into the ground solely by the man's voice was also pretty enlightening. What, in the name of Cammy's hairy ballsack, was that? Filing away the expletive for later, it was a pretty good one, especially since it came from the normally prudish Irika-sensei. Naruto went for his most innocent look. Judging by the way his teacher's face started to become more and more red, it wasn't working really well. I didn't mean to. I just thought that putting more chakra would make the shroud bigger. It would let me punch harder. The Akimichi do it, Naruto yelled in desperation. Choji, who, like the rest of the class, had been able to hear every word of the conversation, quickly paled and hid his face in his chips bag, not willing to face the wrath of his sensei. None really blamed him. Meanwhile, Irika had been steadily reaching a boiling point. Do you have any idea just how dangerous that was? You were basically turning your own body into a version of Hiramakariai. Instead of showing understanding, sympathy, or even horror at his own actions, Naruto's face simply scrunched up in confusion. Hiram what no? For a moment, Irika blew up his cheeks, his fingers twitching with murderous intent. He closed his eyes and started counting to 10, then started counting backwards, then started reciting all the old cryptology codes that he had learned during his days as an academy student. Finally, he slowly released an enormous breath through pursed lips, slightly ruffling Naruto's hair in the process. Keeping his eyes closed, Irika pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the rough skin of the scar that ran horizontally across it under his fingertips. Hiramakariai, one of the 7 swords of the mist, used by the 7 swordsmen. Unseen to him, Naruto's eyes lit up. The 7 swordsmen? Who were they? Were they strong? They sound strong. Irika sighed, opening his eyes in order to offer a sharp rebuke, but was stopped when he saw that every eye of every student was fixed intently on him, curiosity clearly visible in all of them. Slowly, he started answering Naruto's question, warily keeping an eye on the alertness of his students, on the lookout for the telltale signs of boredom, now a trademark of every history lesson he had ever given. Yes, the 7 swordsmen were strong. Very strong, in fact. Their first installment can be considered to be on par with our own Sannin in terms of fame and abilities. Following generations were not as powerful, but are still considered the elite forces of Kiri, much like the Kinkaku squad is to Kumo. Surreptitiously, he checked all the other students, checking for any signs of inattention. He was shocked to his core. Not a single one of them wasn't paying attention, all of them listening intently to his story. Really? That sounds awesome. Were the Ginkaku squad really strong as well? Kinkaku. And yes, they were. Irika distractedly replied to Naruto's question, his mind running faster than the speediest of courier ninja, which was very speedy indeed. I can't believe it. They're actually paying attention. I need to capitalize on this. But how? Irika furiously thought to himself, glancing around the gathered students, before his eyes landed on Naruto, who was still staring expectantly at him, obviously waiting for the rest of the story. As a plan started forming in his head, Irika grinned at the gathered students. In fact, the Kinkaku squad was so strong, they were instrumental in the Hokage being elected to be the Sandaime. As expected, the mention of their current Hokage immediately gripped Naruto's undivided attention, always eager to learn more about his grandfather figure. Really? Irika's grin widened, as he leaned down so he could look his students in the eye. He nodded and whispered in his most conspiratorial voice, Really, want me to tell you how? It's a story filled with a lot of adventure and great danger. In unison, the entire class yelled out, Hai sensei! Let's go back inside. Irika smirked. Meanwhile, in the largest office of the Hokage Tower, the Hokage himself was staring forlornly at a little orange book. He had, somehow, managed to finish all of his paperwork for once, and having nothing on his schedule for the next half hour or so, had greatly anticipated reading his student's greatest legacy.
Okay.
Unfortunately, just when he cracked open the vibrant orange cover, his senses picked up an enormous chakra spike from the adjacent training grounds of the academy. Well, that, and his hearing had also picked up an enormous boom that had rattled his windows. In a frustrated tone, rubbing a head against his aching forehead, Hiruzen growled the name of his tormentor through clenched teeth. Naruto, why has it always got to be you? Why? With a look of great emotional pain, Hiruzen gently placed the amazing piece of high-standing literature back in its secret compartment within his desk, already knowing that he would be pestered by one of the most annoying and useful ninja his village employed. Right on cue, Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen's ex-teammate, sometimes friend, mostly rival, an all-around unpleasant person, shuffled into the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, I should be in that chair. Danzo, not even if the sage of the six paths himself would give it to you. Standard pleasantries out of the way, Danzo immediately came down to business. Both of them knew why he was there anyway. Today's chakra spike at the academy once more proves my point. Hiruzen, the weapon is both too powerful and too unmanaged to be safely put with his classmates, who, I don't have to remind you Hiruzen, are all heirs of prominent clans. And yet you remind me anyways, Hiruzen coolly replied. Only a slight twitch by the man's uncovered eyebrow showed that Danzo conceded this verbal spar to his rival. Not giving his enemy the chance to press on, Hiruzen continued. Before you make any further claims or demands, Danzo, perhaps we should examine the situation at the academy? It would be unadvisable to make decisions on a situation one doesn't fully understand, after all. The aged Hokage said, his voice hard as steel. The corners of Danzo's mouth drew slightly downwards at the dig at his many, more radical, decisions in the past, which had had long-lasting consequences, almost all of them affecting Konoha in a negative way. Inclining his head by the smallest of margins, Danzo conceded. Very well, lead on. I intend to, for a very long time, in fact. The walk to the academy had been blissfully short, what with it being located directly next to the Hokage Tower, but Hiruzen still felt wrung out at the end of it. Every step of the way had been a chain of verbal battles between him and his old friend, and to his shame or Danzo's credit, the aged Hokage couldn't say that he had won all of them. Walking a few paces behind them, Hiruzen could feel the silent support of Salamander, which heartened him greatly, even if the ANBU commander couldn't speak up against the advisor, who, in the underhanded, unofficial way of all ninja, somehow outranked him, despite not holding a military position. Ignoring the starstruck gazes of several teachers he passed in the hallways, Hiruzen steadily approached Naruto's classroom. The teacher was Yumino Irika, a promising young chunin, whose obvious love for teaching and Naruto had greatly endeared him to his Hokage. Obviously, the scarred teacher's file had passed Danzo's desk as well, despite this being highly illegal, as the man commented upon seeing the little sign proclaiming this room to be Irika's. Yumino-san should be able to provide us with an accurate account of events, I should think. I know so, Danzo, because that's the very reason we came here. Hiruzen snapped back, immediately cursing his temper inside his head. Had that been said in a level, condescending tone of voice, that would have been a point for him. But being said in the way it was, it could be considered more of a tie. Danzo obviously was aware of this fact, judging by the small, if not enormously smug, smirk his advisor sent at him. Growling under his breath, Hiruzen slammed open the door, far too irritated to bother knocking. And so he said, in a great, booming, thunderous voice, let them come, and I shall face them, with kanai, with jutsu and with the fire that burns in all of our hearts. Before feeling his jaw fall open, standing with one foot on his chair, the other planted firmly on his desk, Yumino Irika struck a heroic pose. In one hand, he had a kunai, now raised to the sky, and the headband that usually rested on his forehead was now drawn over his left eye, much like Kakashi wore it. His face was set into a thunderous expression of implacable heroism, and as Hiruzen took in the students in the class, he noticed that more than one of them had tears streaming down their faces. Our seals remain strong and our arms stronger still. It doesn't matter that we are outnumbered. It doesn't matter that we now face, not one, not two, but 3 major villages. Do you know why? Because by the sage's wrinkly beard, we are Uzumaki. A great roar went up from the students, some of them stomping their feet on the ground. Who's with me? Who will stand with the Uzumaki against their foes? Who will aid me in protecting that which is most precious to us? Our home, our family? Who stands with me on this day? There fell a brief silence, during which Hiruzen absently noticed his own faint heartbeat, before the sound of a chair scraping across a wooden floor rang out over the classroom. Standing with trembling fists, head bowed and tears streaming down his face, Naruto answered. I will stand by my family. I will protect my precious people. The boy looked up, fire in his eyes as he raised a clenched fist in front of him. Databeo. There was a brief silence before another chair was pulled back. Hiruzen felt his eyebrows trying to raise themselves even higher in surprise when he noticed it was the Uchiha this time. He too had tears streaming down his face, but he stood tall, chest puffed out and hands planted firmly on his hips. He turned his head a little to the right, just as the sun shone its rays through the nearby window, throwing the onyx-eyed child in a dramatic lighting. Hiruzen could almost hear the girls' hearts simultaneously melting. The Uzumaki shall not stand alone. The Uchiha will aid them. On my honor, I swear this. Immediately following the dramatic statement, another student stood up. Hiruzen recognized her as Hayashi's eldest, though gone was the meek little girl he had sometimes seen in passing. Now, chakra was blazing from her fingertips, while the Byakugan prominently stood out on her delicate features. As will the Hyuga. On my honor, I swear this. The little girl roared with passion. Almost before she was done, several other chairs were pulled back. A multitude of voices rang out. As will the Akimichi. On my honor, I swear this. Asterisk psi asterisk guess, there's nothing to it then. The Nara will stand with the Uzumaki. On my honor, I swear this. You bet that the Yamanaka will stand with the Uzumaki. On my honor, I swear this. The Inazuka will fight with the Uzumaki. On my honor, I swear this. Bark. And Akamaru does as well. The Aburame will stand with the Uzumaki. Why? Because never before has a member of our clan been reduced to tears. On my honor, I swear this.
This is kind of scuffed at
Stunned,
the moment.
Hiruzen watched as each and every child, from shinobi clans and civilians alike, pledged to fight
I
alongside
think
the
we lose the guy
Uzumaki
who
in whatever
lost.
conflict Irika had apparently just played out. Feeling the heavy glare of Danzo in the back of his
We
head,
win.
demanding he do
It's so
something
close,
about
though.
all of this, Hiruzen sighed. Touching as it was, he simply had to intervene now. Yumino Irika! There was a horrified silence, as both children and sensei stared wide-eyed at their leader standing in the doorway to their classroom. In a flash, every single child sat back in their chair, their backs rigid against their chairs, heads all pointing straight ahead. In that same flash, Irika had suddenly appeared before Hiruzen's feet, faster than his eyes could track, prostrating himself before his leader. The Hokage could tell the teacher was whiter than a ghost, and having spent half a century amongst the elite of the ninja world, Hiruzen was talking from experience here, and shaking like one of the leaves his village was named for. What's the meaning of this? The Hokage thundered in his most commanding voice, shaking some dust loose from the ceiling. Somehow, Irika managed to press himself even further into the wooden floor, tearfully answering his leader. My absolute, most sincerest apologies, Hokage-sama. Somehow I got caught up in dash. Silence. Hiruzen boomed again, making the pencils on the student's desk rattle. This is an outrage, an abomination. Behind him, he could almost feel Danzo's surprised but approving look, while in front of him, Irika was now openly crying. You understand, Hokage-sama. After all, Hiruzen said, pausing for a moment. He could hear the students all sharply inhale in dread, could see the rivers of tears streaming down Irika's face thicken even more, and could imagine in great detail the vindictive glee of Danzo, as they all waited for the hammer to fall. This is how one should reenact the last stand of Yuzu. Irika's head shot up in surprise, as both the students and Danzo gasped in concert. Faintly, the sound of an armored glove hitting a porcelain mask could be heard in the background. Turning around in order to face his desk, Irika saw the Hokage, but not like he usually saw his benevolent leader. No, this one was standing much like he had mere moments ago, his ceremonial hat akimbo on his head, covering one eye, while the man's robes were tied by their sleeves around his throat, showing of the armor the Hokage always wore underneath them, while the robes themselves were now fluttering
I'm
dramatically in the
taking
wind.
15.
In a closed
So,
classroom, darkness had fallen outside, even though mere moments ago it had been a bright, sunny day, and thunder could be heard, while rain softly started falling. Again, in a closed classroom, a brief flash of flame lit up the
hmm.
darkness, illuminating the Hokage's lined face, minus the eye that was covered by the hat, throwing it into sharp contrast.
This
Exhaling
is
deeply the
level
smoke
bed,
from
right?
his recently lit pipe, the aged
Um,
leader started talking,
yes.
softly at first but steadily louder, until he was roaring at the top of his lungs. My friends, today we stand at the end of an era. Our enemies, too cowardly to face our great might on their
I only
own,
have
have
one.
now grouped together and are howling at our gates. Our seals, our great seals which have kept us safe for so long, are starting to fail against the onslaught of our rabid foes. Konoha has sent aid, but ere they arrive here, all that shall remain of Yuzu are but mere ruins. But do we accept this? Do we flee before the darkness? Do we flee before insurmountable odds? No, for we are Uzumaki. The blood of the sage himself runs through our veins. I stand here before you, unafraid of the battle to come. They may have many, but I have you. I have you, my precious people, and together, we shall protect that which we hold most dear. After today, our buildings may be smashed, our bloodlines broken, but our name shall never be forgotten. From this day, until the end of days, tales will be sung of the valor of Yuzu, who alone stood against its many foes, and how it made them bleed, how it refused to bow down, how it declared that it would not go quietly into the night. Today, on this day, I will fight and die for you,
We'll see
that
what
our
happens with
name will
that.
be remembered for all days to come, and for our sacrifice to never be forgotten. I ask of you now, will you stand with me? For Yuzu, for our home, for our friends, our family, will you stand with me to protect your precious people? By now, tears were once more flowing down everyone's faces, and without really having any say in it, Irika felt how his body raised its arm, and he could hear himself roar alongside his students. Yes, we will. Off to the side during all of this,
I think we lose,
Danzo was looking on
unfortunately,
in
but
shock,
true.
his
Yeah.
mouth hanging open and his eye widened fully.
Damn,
Salamander
man.
stepped up next to him,
Sad.
and while his face was concealed, his posture was clearly that of a
What
defeated
did we
man.
get? Fourth?
What?
Okay.
How? Wait, what?
Third?
Danzo stammered helplessly.
It says fourth, but
Salamander
damn,
gently
Marva.
patted him on the shoulder.
Third in game?
I know how you feel, the ANBU commander
We
said in an
technically tied,
understanding
so.
tone of voice, before turning
We
around and
tied.
slowly starting to make his
Should just be
way out
third.
of the academy. Is it too early to drink? TCH, what am I saying?
This is
I'm the
sad
ANBU
song.
commander to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's never too early to drink. Meanwhile, Danzo was left watching with a twitching eyebrow as his former friend and hated rival led a group of children, and one teacher, on a charge through one of the windows with a battle cry. One that for some reason sounded suspiciously like, for Ramin.
And then just
Wait,
touch me
what?
till I can get my
Chapter 5 training completed,
satisfaction.
a rivalry started,
Satisfaction.
and a friendship
Let me
begun.
see.
It
Like
was,
double
as
the
it always
HP,
is,
right?
a bright and sunny day in the oldest hidden village in the elemental countries. People could be seen bustling in the thriving village, off on various errands or
That's what
simply
she's
out for
here.
a walk in
Okay.
order to enjoy the
To two.
plentiful sun.
Two to
Ninja could be seen as
get a
dark
free
blurry
battle cry
shapes,
maybe or something.
hopping from rooftop to rooftop, while customers coming to Konoha would be amazed at the speed and agility displayed by a hurrying ninja. The civilians knew better. Despite not being ninja themselves, they had lived long enough amongst their mass-murdering neighbors to know that for a shinobi, such a rapid trip across the rooftops was comparable to a relaxing stroll. After all, a ninja who was in a hurry was a ninja who was either too fast or too crafty to be seen by mere civilians. If we move towards the edges of the village, we come across several of the training grounds open to the ninja of Konoha. Protected with more than was visible to the untrained eye and several trained eyes as well, these areas were generally used by the jounin which had genin teams, the genin themselves, or by individual or teams of chunin hoping to hone their skills. Jounin, of course, either had too destructive or too secretive techniques to simply practice out in the open, and instead made use of several hidden training grounds, the location of which wasn't known to the civilians. or a lot of the other shinobi forces for that matter. The ANBU, on the other hand, were rumored to have entire training facilities hidden throughout and under the village. Of course, the only ones who knew where they were even located were the
And then
currently
just
active
touch
ANBU
me.
themselves, since this information is removed by a Yamanaka from the ANBU who decide to retire. Not that that mattered to those ANBU who retired on a more complete and a definitely more permanent basis. It says everything you ever need to know about the ANBU that the last operative a Yamanaka had to mindwipe was Kakashi, despite the ANBU having had multiple changes of rosters since then. But the focus of our story isn't the secretive facilities of the ANBU, or even the hidden training grounds of the Jounin. No, our focus lies with one of the more commonly used training grounds which were open to all shinobi forces. It appeared like many of the other training grounds, consisting of a rather large clearing, surrounded by a small forest, and through which ran a small creek. The majority of the training grounds were equipped in such a way.
Let's see.
This was done in order to simulate a scenario most shinobi would encounter in battle, many of which would take place in
I could
Fire
just do the
Country
same
itself.
thing again.
Given the fact that mostly Genin and Chunin trained here, who usually didn't leave the border all that much. Of course, there were other, more specialized training grounds, which simulated the climates and surroundings of the other elemental countries, such as an artificial desert for Wind Country, or a rocky terrain void of any vegetation for Earth Country. There were rumors amongst civilians that there was a gigantic outdoor pool as a simulation for Water Country, but one was never found, and the shinobi neither confirmed or denied it. But once more, I digress. After all, we are more interested in one of the more generic training grounds, where the sound of flesh impacting wood could be heard clearly amongst the babbling of the nearby creek and the chirping of the birds. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 203, 204, 205. In the clearing of the training ground, 3 wooded poles were planted firmly in the ground. Each one was roughly as thick as a man's chest, and would come up to the average man's hip. All 3 were showing signs of obvious wear, crisscrossed with cuts and small burns and with pieces of wood even missing completely. The cause of these marks was currently abusing the middle post, leading to the sound we heard earlier. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 206, 207, 208. A small boy, no older than 8, was relentlessly punching the middle post, little chips of wood springing away with every punch. The child had impossibly bright yellow hair, sticking out in a spiky pattern which appeared to not have been informed of the laws of gravity yet. The blond boy wore rather standard clothing, consisting of a white t-shirt and blue pants, except for the somewhat shiny bandages that covered his hands up to hallway of the forearms, sans the fingers which were left exposed. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 209, 210. 211. Standing a little way off from the training child, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, stood perhaps the oddest man in all of the elemental nations, clad in nothing but a green spandex
The dragons are
jumpsuit
calling
with
my
vibrant
name.
orange leg
Do I
warmers
say
and a
no to
red
this?
sash on his hips. Many would question not only his fashion sense, but if the man had
didn't
any
buy that
common
one
sense at
earlier.
all. And that's without even taking the man's eyebrows into account. By Kami, those eyebrows, gigantic things, they were thick and hairy in the most unnatural of ways, appearing more as particularly thick and hairy caterpillars than eyebrows. They were so eye-catching, for all the wrong reasons. One could easily be forgiven for missing the man's haircut, which was shaped into an impossibly gleaming bowl cut. This man was Might Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha, infamous taijutsu master, copycat Kakashi's eternal rival. Thwack, thwack, thwack.
Oh, what?
212,
Oh, okay, no, we're
213,
fine. I was
214.
I was freaking out for a
And,
second.
since about a year ago,
Let's see.
Uzumaki,
Go
Naruto's
here.
teacher, said child was still mercilessly hammering away at the unyielding wooden post under the watchful gaze of his sensei, either not caring or not noticing the way he was dripping in sweat. Thwack, thwack. 214, 215. Suddenly, Guy called out to his student, his exuberant voice
Oh, yeah.
easily rising above the
Retarded.
sound of Naruto's training. YOSH,
Look at this.
my youthful student, you may stop your intelligent hard work now. Your flames of youth have truly been fanned into
Although
an
that divine
inferno of
shield
youth
was pretty
today.
sweet.
Hi, sensei. Naruto called back with a relieved pant, before falling flat on his face. Chuckling, Guy made his way to his student, who had managed to roll
Wow, we
himself over,
won.
so he was
Holy.
now lying spread-eagled on the ground, looking up at the fluffy clouds serenely drifting by. Unknown to him, several Nara had the odd feeling someone was muscling in on their monopoly on cloud watching. This could have become a major and sensational plot point in the story, as the Nara would rise up against whoever thought they had a right to stare at their clouds, causing much strife and drama in Konoha as a result. However, the Nara were too lazy to actually get up and do anything about it, so they simply continued to lay down and stare
I
at
don't
the
like that
clouds,
right now.
opting to try to ignore the newcomer with a practice that came from years of saying, "Yes, dear, I'll do it tomorrow." Needless to say, this practice sometimes got a raised eyebrow whenever a
I like
Nara
that too,
wasn't,
though.
in fact, at home but, say, in the Hokage's office. But that's a tale for another time. For now, we return to Naruto, who is being helped into a sitting position by his sensei. Guy handed his student a bottle of water cooled with a simple jutsu used for cooling things. Naruto eagerly accepted the cool water, taking great gulps of the life-giving liquid, though taking care not to drink too fast. Experience was a harsh teacher, after all. Waiting a little before his student had regained his composure, Guy started talking in a noticeably softer and warmer voice. "So, Naruto, are you exited for tomorrow?" Immediately the child nodded with such enthusiasm, he spilled a little from the water bottle. "You bet, Guy-sensei. I can't wait to go back to the academy and show them just how much stronger I've become." "Databeo," Naruto yelled boisterously, making his sensei laugh. "That's good to hear, Naruto," the spandex-clad man said with a big smile. "But remember, a genius of hard work is never done. You must still try your best at the academy, and try to learn as much as you can from your senseis. All of your senseis, Naruto." The last part was said sternly. Naruto's head dropped, as his face formed a stubborn pout. "I'll try, sensei," the child muttered, though it was obvious he wasn't pleased at all about it. "And that's all I'll ever ask of you, Naruto," Guy said with a warm smile. Spirits lifted, Naruto happily nodded back at his sensei. Guy clapped his hands together as he stood straight again, a large smile on his face which literally sparkled in the sunlight. "Yosh," he said in his usual tone. "Let's finish up for today, shall we, my youthful student?" Naruto simply looked confused, glancing from the sun high in the sky to his sensei and back. "Already bushy brow, sensei? It's still light out dash." "First," a finger suddenly appeared in front of Naruto's face, causing him to fall backwards with an eep of surprise. "My name is still not bushy brow, sensei." "Second," a second finger appeared. "Tomorrow is a big day for you, my youthful student. While I admire the way in which you wish to fan your flames of youth to even greater heights, a genius of hard work should always know when it is best not to work." The short, impromptu speech was capped off by a thumbs up and another impossibly bright smile. "Ha!" Guy face-faulted, standing up with a great sigh and dusting off his pristine green spandex jumpsuit. The oddest man in the world clarified himself. "What I mean is that in order for your big day tomorrow, you should make sure that you take plenty of rest, leaving you all the more prepared for when you truly need it." "Oh," Naruto said, as understanding lit up his face. "So, that means that today we won't be going on with training until the sun is coming up again, then go to bed, only to rise with the sun the next day?" the child yelled excitedly, his hopeful face that of a dehydrated man who, after years of crawling through the unforgiving desert, finally stumbles across an oasis filled with food and drink and, more importantly, busta-naked ladies. Very lonely busta ladies. "Well, yes," Guy said, a little confused as to why his student appeared so relieved that he would be missing out on the greatest and most youthful of training regiment in the world, courtesy of yours truly. Ignoring Naruto's whoops and tears of joy, Guy cleared his throat, patiently waiting for attention. He had to clear it several more times before he finally got it. By now, that patience was pretty much gone. Right, before I let you go home, Naruto, please preform your technique one final time, so we can see the results of your year of training under me. Hi, Sensei! Naruto yelled excitedly, giving a sloppy salute before falling into a now familiar stance. Feet spread slightly apart, with one fist clenched at his side and his eyes closed. For a few tense seconds, nothing happened, before suddenly Naruto started to glow, the glow quickly growing into a blue flickering shroud, appearing as if it was made out of an ethereal flame. As a current of wind began to surround the young Uzumaki, the shroud started churning wildly around his body, carving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. As the shroud began swirling faster and faster around him, a more solid shroud sprang into existence around the boy's fist, rolling madly around his bandages, which started to glow in the same color as the rest of the shroud. Finally, Naruto opened his eyes, which were now glowing brightly with an inner light, and let out a yell which was audible to most of Konoha. Briefly, he crouched a little deeper, coiling his body, before he pushed off, cratering the ground beneath him. Shooting forwards in nothing but a blur, creating a deep furrow in the ground, Naruto shot off towards his target, the wooden post he had been punching mere minutes ago. Tum! Guy had to shield his eyes for a few seconds before looking back towards his student. What he saw made him smile proudly, a smile which was mirrored on his pupil's face, as Naruto stood grinning like an idiot at his bandaged fist, the wraps still faintly glowing blue, while his fist was still smoking slightly. The wooden post was completely gone, as were the two to the side of it. Naruto still had an enormously bright smile on his face as he walked back towards the academy. Sure, it sucked that he had to return there in the first place, but training under Guy had been so cool, even though most of it had been rather boring straightforward stuff in trying to strengthening his body. Just having a sensei who was trying his best to help him out and make him stronger was the greatest thing in the world to Naruto. So, it was with lifted spirits that Naruto started his second time in the first year at the academy. Those spirits became increasingly harder to lift as the months started to drag on though. He was starting to get bored. In terms of the academic stuff, Naruto still wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, and he knew that. Despite this, he still gave it his all, he promised, after all, and he never breaks his promises. But to his surprise found out that a lot of the basics he had either picked up in his previous year at the academy or under the tutelage of Guy-sensei. As a result, his interest in the theory of being a ninja plummeted quicker than his grades on the exams. In terms of all the physical stuff, though, he was one of the best of his class, a novel sensation to the young Naruto. His year under Guy, while focused more on just increasing his strength and stamina, had inevitably led to Naruto being
Is this a
instructed in
tavern
taijutsu
spell?
several
Is that,
levels
let's
above the
see.
academy level curriculum. In fact, he would have been the very best in terms
Yeah,
of
it is.
taijutsu, if not for the few clan children in his class, who had had lessons from their clan,
I
giving
think.
them a leg up on the other civilian children. The most
Yeah.
notable of these children, however, was one of those Hyuga guys, the ones with the creepy eyes, the long hair, and the sticks up their butts. Niji, for
I'm
some
upset.
reason, disliked him intensely, and took great pleasure in winning every
I
single
got
one of their
literally probably the
spars.
worst choice
This, of
then.
course,
I should have
riled
gone
Naruto
with
up, who was not only a pretty
whatever the
sore
fuck.
loser, a flaw which he was aware of, but had no idea how to handle, but also incredibly proud of his hard work, an attitude already present in the young Uzumaki and which had been polished by the work ethic of Might Guy. Eventually, this all came to a head during one of their spars, about 2 months after Naruto had joined the academy again. All day long, Naruto had been in a foul mood due to Niji taunting him at every possibility, of which there agonizingly were many. First, there were of course their test results, in which the Hyuga prodigy had surpassed Naruto's grade by a mile, something the genius took great pleasure in pointing out in great detail.
Keep getting.
Naruto, though annoyed, tried not to let to get it to
I
him
think we
too
go on
much, reasoning that, since he hadn't worked hard at the theory, a natural genius was bound to do better than him. All he had to do was work hard next time on a test, and his genius of hard work would surpass Niji's natural genius. Sadly, this reasoning didn't help him when the class was taken outside, in order to practice the practical parts of the shinobi trade. First came the accuracy test, which is where the trouble truly began. Now, Naruto was by no means doing badly. He hit the target more often than he missed, and he even received a sort of backhanded compliment from his sensei that his throws were very powerful. Neji, however, managed to hit everything, without even breaking a sweat. Predictably, another tirade followed, in which Neji dragged up every possible reason as to why he was inherently superior to Naruto, conveniently leaving out the fact that he was a year older than the blonde. Naruto, of course, started to defend himself in the only way he knew how, by yelling, loudly. It wasn't helped by the Kyuubi egging him on with its insidious whispers, apparently having a great time while the two children bickered. The harsher the insults, the better. Of course, it was Naruto who ended up with detention for disturbing the lesson, even though Neji had matched his volume insult for insult. This, of course, did nothing to take away Naruto's anger, which was left to quietly stew as they were taken to the small arena the academy used for spars between students. As luck, or as Neji would argue, fate would have it, eventually Naruto and Neji were paired up together.
Crazy that didn't
Naruto was well and truly seeing red now, due to the Kyuubi not relenting in trying to rile the child up. Standing a few feet apart, not having made the sign of confrontation despite the teacher ordering them to do so, the two boys stared each other in the eye. And then Neji started talking. Later, Naruto couldn't be able to tell you just what it was that Neji had said to him, due to not really paying attention and the Kyuubi's unrelenting voice combining with that of Neji's. The end result, though, became somewhat of a legend in the academy.
That's so fucking stupid.
At some unseen command, Naruto and Neji shot off towards each other, faster than any preteen had any right to move. Naruto, of course, started with wild strikes, added with the few kicks, overall showing a bastardized and simplified version of the Goken. Neji, however, was like water to Naruto's rock. The pale-eyed child either flowed around the attacks, or guided them away with what almost could be mistaken for gentleness, if not for the hate-filled gaze of the Hyuga. All the while, Neji didn't stop taunting Naruto. So, this is what a year training under the greatest taijutsu master of Konoha does to your skills, Uzumaki. They raise them from barely existing to barely recognizable. A wide swing, followed by a brutal knee strike, both of which are almost danced around, leaving them to hit nothing but air. Shut up. Why, Uzumaki? Is the truth of my words that unacceptable to you? Does the fact that you can finally see that fate will always hold you down finally register with your loser brain? Another kick, this time aimed to take his head of his shoulders, but it is caught and pushed away and above, making the attack go wild and miss. Face it, Uzumaki, you are a loser, and a loser like you will never be able to beat a genius like me. Shut up. To the surprise of all present, not the least of which Neji himself, Naruto nearly exploded with a blue light. Covered in a shroud of blue flames, Naruto attacked once more. The difference was immediately visible, though. Naruto's speed was raised so he appeared little more than a blur to his classmates, shattering the ground every time he pushed off. He appeared to be stronger as well, because when Neji tried to deflect a punch aimed at his chest, he found that Naruto's fist simply ignored his guard, smashing into his solar plexus. Jumping back, to create a little distance and buy himself some time, though if Naruto's new speed was anything to go by, it really wouldn't help all that much. Neji prepared himself, briefly closing his eyes. Naruto, who admittedly wasn't really thinking straight at this point, thanks to the Kyuubi manipulating his anger to even greater heights, interpreted this as another insult from the Hyuga, as if he was claiming that he could beat Naruto.
These divine shield builds are
closed.
just absolutely destroying my asshole.
I'll show
It's
all
crazy.
of them. Naruto shot off, once more creating a furrow in the ground, chakra covering his form, and making the wraps around his hands light up in a blue glow. Cocking back his fist, the bandages glowing even brighter, Naruto prepared himself to launch his opponent straight into next week. And the week after that, if he was lucky. Just before the hit landed, though, Neji opened his eyes, with a whispered command, only audible to the two of them. Be a Kugen. Veins stood out prominently on the prodigy's face, accentuating the child's dojutsu. Chakra blazed from his fingertips as his hands blurred forwards, striking Naruto a few times in the torso as Niji threw himself to the side. Boom! Where Niji stood mere moments before was now a small crater, with Naruto's fist, wrapped in blue glowing bandages, in the center. Both children straightened themselves, each carefully taking in their opponent. I don't know what he's doing, but damn it, my chest hurts. Like a lot. Naruto thought to himself, trying to hide a grimace, as he gently rubbed his chest through his shirt. That's the Hyuga's gentle fist. Instead of hitting your outside, they use their Byakugan to hit your inside. The Kyuubi spoke up, sounding uncharacteristically serious. Your inside? That's just weird. Naruto thought in confusion, keeping his eyes on his opponent. Scratch weird, little one, try dangerous. How dangerous can be attacking the inside of you be? You can train your outsides, small one, strengthen your muscles and harden your skin. But can you train your organs? Can you train your heart or your lungs to take a hit and keep going? Naruto gulped as his imagination provided some gruesome images. That, or the Kyuubi did, Naruto wouldn't put it past the ancient fox. That's pretty scary. I know, which is why you need to stop dicking around, little one. That one doesn't look like he's holding back.
Game.
If not for your chakra shroud and natural toughness, those last couple of strikes could have done some serious damage.
Okay, bro, relax.
The Kyuubi said grimly.
Jesus.
Naruto didn't say anything back, but he didn't have to. Setting his mouth in a thin line, Naruto sunk a little lower in his stance, while the chakra surrounding his body started to rapidly grow larger. Naruto was ready for round 2. Meanwhile, Niji was also contemplating his opponent. My strikes were not stopped per se, but definitely slowed or muted. It must be that chakra shroud. My gentle fist can breach it, but it takes power to do so, leaving my strikes less powerful as a result. Niji's brilliant mind concluded within seconds. While no Nara, Niji's label as a genius wasn't bandied about without reason. Not only powerful, but incredibly smart, Niji lived up to his impressive reputation. Still, knowing how his defense works doesn't really help me much in overcoming it. The obvious answer, of course, is to simply use more power, but I'm not proficient enough to simply dump more chakra in the gentle fist without either harming myself or killing Uzumaki. Niji thought to himself grimly, though his face betrayed none of his doubts. Of course, if I can hit his tenketsu, then I can shut down his shroud and finally put that loser in the place fate has ordained for him. But his shroud is so bright, I cannot even make out his pathways. It was true. To Niji's Byakugan, Naruto wasn't a dark shape through which ran bright pathways to and from a central chakra core, like everybody else. No, Naruto appeared like a person, completely filled and surrounded by chakra, making it impossible to make out anything else but the silhouette of Naruto's body. Naruto wasn't the first to achieve such a feat, though he was probably one of the youngest, and his method was certainly unique. But in the history of the shinobi world, there have been several ninja who had been both clever enough to find a way around the Byakugan. Interesting fact about the Byakugan, it can see through almost everything with relative ease. Chakra, however, doesn't fall under almost everything. While a Byakugan can easily see through a genjutsu, this is only a very thin layer of chakra, which doesn't correspond with the shapes in the rest of the world. Hence why a Hyuga can almost always tell when he's placed under a genjutsu. However, a genjutsu is a very thin film of chakra. Make the chakra film significantly thicker, and suddenly the Byakugan cannot look through it anymore. Of course, this is also dependent of the skill of the Hyuga.
Loaded guns.
For instance, if Naruto had tried to fight Hyuga Hayashi, current clan head of the Hyuga, then Hayashi would barely hesitate in shutting down every single tenketsu in Naruto's body, the clan head's greater experience and more powerful Byakugan winning it from Naruto's shroud. Niji, however, had only received training in the gentle fist, in the sense that he had been taught how to strike at a person's innards and soft tissue. He had yet to be properly instructed in how to strike and close another person's tenketsu. Niji, being the genius he is, had already managed to make some progress with this, despite not having been taught how to do so, but that wasn't sufficient enough to properly use it against Naruto now. On top of that, while his Byakugan was hailed as the most powerful scene in generations, he was still a 9-year-old kid. It simply wasn't matured enough to pierce Naruto's thick shroud. There's nothing to it then. I must use the gentle fist and try to strike hard enough to down the loser. Niji thought coldly to himself. Unspoken, a message passed between the two combatants, unseen by their audience, but clear as day to the other. Bring it! And they obliged. Both shot forward at the same time, Naruto covered in blue flaming chakra, Niji with chakra blazing from his fingertips. Naruto was still faster, his training under Might Guy and his shroud making him the swiftest 8-year-old in Konoha. As he reached Niji, his fist shot out, his bandages glowing dangerously. Niji ducked under it, however, striking at the arm and Naruto's unprotected side several times in the span of mere seconds. Naruto, however, gave nothing more than a grunt and brought up a knee
I don't know
in
why I
order
did
to
that.
strike Niji in the chest. Recognizing the danger and realizing that Naruto was too strong to properly block, Niji jumped back a few feet. His opponent didn't let up though, closely following Niji's footsteps, letting out lightning-fast jabs with his left arm, occasionally throwing in a kick or two. Niji was forced back several steps, furiously dodging whenever
I
he
think we're going
could,
dragon this game.
and gritting his teeth whenever he couldn't. Every strike of Naruto rattled his bones,
Still on
despite
tier 1,
only
by the
clipping
way.
him slightly. Frowning, Niji thought to himself, I need to change my tactics. He's forcing me on the defensive and turning it in a war of attrition, which we both know he will win. It was the single thing that Niji would concede to his opponent. He had stamina. All of their fights ended in his favor because he shut the Uzumaki down quickly and harshly, as fast as he could. But he had seen the loser fight others in the ring before. While the rest of the class were losers as well, it was still telling in the way his opponent would be forced to fight in 3 back-to-back matches and still have the most energy left out of all of them at the end of the day. Having reached his decision, Niji intentionally lagged in bringing up his guard after having deflected one of Naruto's kicks. Predictably, Naruto saw the opening and without hesitation tried to go for another punch to the chest. However, at the very last moment, Niji twisted around the strike and stepped forwards, inside Naruto's guard. Seeing his opponent's eyes widen in fear and understanding, Niji let out a cruel sneer and shoved both hands, still glowing with the effects of the gentle fist, into Naruto's chest. Hard. With a strangled yell, Naruto was flung back through the air several feet, before crashing into the ground and sliding a few feet further. Niji barely managed to keep a sigh of relief from escaping him. Everything was sore, both form pushing his own body to match Naruto's speed, as well as from the few glancing hits he had taken from Naruto's technique. Fixing a sneer on his face, prepared to give another speech as to why his opponent was and always would be a loser, thanks to fate, Niji opened his mouth. Before he could speak, however, he was cut off by coughing from Naruto's prone form. No, not coughing. Laughing. Somehow, this enraged Niji to levels he didn't think he was capable of. What's so funny, loser? Achuch? He roared, shocking not only his classmates, but himself as well. More laughter was his answer. Before he could shout again, Naruto cut him off, finally speaking up. I win, the blonde chalked out, before succumbing to another coughing/laughing fit. What dash? Niji started, but before he could finish his question, he had already found his answer. He was outside of the white ring. Naruto had attacked so ferociously that he had lost sight of his surroundings. Naruto had forced him outside of the ring, engaging him with such tenacity that he hadn't even noticed. He tricked me? Looking from his feet, which were most definitely outside of the white ring of the arena, to the still laughing Naruto, who was now working himself to his feet, despite having been juken twice in the chest at full power, it finally sank into Niji's mind. He tricked me. I lost. In a flat voice, that somehow still managed to convey an immense fury, Niji answered his opponent, who was now standing on shaky feet, wiping away some blood from his mouth. So it would seem. Well done, loser. Next time, however, fate itself will show you the consequences of trying to defy it. Prepare yourself. With that, he turned on his heel, hair swaying dramatically behind him, and stormed off into the academy, not sparing a glance backwards at his grinning opponent. I didn't know I could even feel that much pain in so many places at once, Naruto thought to himself with a groan, as he gently poked one of his ribs with a careful touch. A dark chuckling from the back of his mind was his only answer. You think this is pain, little one? This is only a prelude to what is yet to await you. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not letting that stop me, Databeo. There was a brief pause before the demonic fox finally answered. No, I rather thought that it wouldn't. The Kyuubi said thoughtfully. What the hell do you mean with that, fox? Naruto yelled, but he received no answer. Sighing, Naruto dusted himself of and straightened himself. Already, his wounds were healing and not bothering him so much. Opening his eyes, Naruto fell back with an eep. Right in front of him, the two roundest eyes he had ever seen were staring at him unblinkingly. Overcoming his
It might have
shock,
been the best accident that could have
Naruto
ever
looked the
happened.
child that was attached to the strange eyes up and down. He vaguely recognized him, but he had only been with his new classmates for a few months, and he didn't really interact with any of them,
Get rid of
either
this
training or getting in
immediately.
fights with Niji.
Before I
Yes,
forget,
can I help you?
probably
He
buy
asked
him,
hesitantly,
put him
though he
back
was a
out
little
there.
distracted by the boy's face. It looked like the
Maybe,
caterpillars
I don't
on
know.
Bushibrow Sensei's face finally decided to have babies, and those babies
I
traveled to
should
this
have got the
guy's
Naga.
face.
That was my bad.
Naruto thought to himself in
Derpa.
equal parts horrified fascination and disgust. The disgust part came from the fact that Naruto, being a young orphan in a tough neighborhood in a village filled with psychopaths, knew in great detail just
I
what
think I
process
do
was
want to have
involved
him
in the
up.
creation of babies.
I'm not sure. It's just like
He'd
another
rather
card.
not envision Bushibrow Sensei's eyebrows in that
We'll
process.
see.
Thank you very much. He was shaken from his morbid thoughts
I
by the
need somewhere
boy
to
in
play
front of him,
these cards
who
though
looked
right
at
now,
him
so
admiringly. That was incredible,
let's-
Uzumaki-san. You actually managed to defeat Niji, despite him being a genius. Naruto swelled with pride. Having such few people in his life who genuinely cared about him, compliments were a rare and treasured thing to the young child. Heh, that's because I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Databeo, I'm a genius of hard work, and a genius of hard work will always overcome a natural genius. Naruto yelled proudly, thumping himself on the chest. Somehow, the child's gargantuan round eyes managed to grow even larger. A genius of hard work? Naruto nodded with enthusiasm. Yeah, my sensei always said that if you put everything you have in working hard, then you become an even greater ninja than any natural genius. A hopeful look overcame the other boy's face, his massive eyebrows scrunched up in thought. You can become a powerful ninja through hard work? The child thought out loud, a desperate hope coloring his voice. Naruto, picking up his companion's voice, nodded wildly. Yep, I trained a year under him, and I'm gonna keep working as hard as I can to become the strongest ninja Konoha has ever seen, Databeo. Naruto eyed the other boy, scratching his chin in thought.
That was
There
a
was
quick
something
one.
about the kid with the weird eyebrows, something in his impossibly round eyes, that Naruto recognized in himself, back when he thought he was all alone. A look of despair. He hated that look.
I do need to get rid of
Having
something
made his
here.
decision right there,
So
Naruto clapped the other
what's it
boy
gonna
on the
be?
shoulder.
What's it gonna be?
Hey, if
Probably
you'd
him.
like, we can go visit Sensei and
Think
see if
about
he
it
wants
too
to
long,
train
you
us
know?
some more. The kid's face lit up like the brightest Christmas tree in the history of Christmas. This analogy would have been far more impressive, of course, if people in the elemental even knew what Christmas was, but that's neither here nor there. Nodding so enthusiastically that it made his braid flap around wildly, the other child answered immediately. Yes, yes, of course I'd like that. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. You shall not regret this, I swear. Naruto simply waved him off, making his way into the academy as well. No problem. Just call me Naruto Databeo. By the way, what's your name? Hurrying a little in order to keep up with Naruto, the kid answered excitedly. My name's Rock Lee. Chapter 7 New Techniques and New Challenges. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, chewing worriedly on his pipe. While his eyes were trained on the mountains of paperwork on the desk in front of him, his thoughts were elsewhere. Today, the academy students will learn their first technique, the henge. But I am still worried about Naruto. Who knows what he will do now, or how it may harm him? The aged Hokage thought to himself, eyes flittering to where the academy lay. I'll just have to trust him, I suppose. Hiruzen thought with a sigh, as he closed his eyes and leaned back into his chair. Good luck, Naruto. Good luck, Naruto-senpai. Thanks, Lee, you too. Two children were bouncing in their seats, yelling at the top of their lungs, even as they were sitting right next to each other. One was rather short, with sun-yellow hair sitting on his head in an unruly mop, and with 3 whisker marks on either cheek. The boy next to him had long, shiny black hair, fastened into a long braid, and impossibly round eyes and large eyebrows. These were Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee, respectively, loudmouths of the academy, and since Naruto's spar with Neji, fast friends. Both shared a similar work ethic and an indomitable spirit. Both respected each other's dream, even when everybody else thought it would always be just that, a dream. While this on its own might have led to the strong friendship both boys shared, it was certainly helped when Naruto took Lee to meet his sensei for the last year. Might Guy, taijutsu expert extraordinaire, and he meant that in every sense of the way. Guy and Lee took one look at each other, and a lifelong bond was forged with the flames of youth. Or so they claimed. Naruto privately thought that their eyebrows had recognized each other as kin, and made their wearers bond because of it. While Guy was now no longer Naruto's teacher, which meant that he was away far more often from the village for high-ranking missions he hadn't been able to do because of his obligations to the blonde, he still left both eager children with tips and advice, even helping them plan out a training regime to keep to when he was gone. So the citizens of Konoha were quickly forced to get used to 2 boys, tearing down their streets in what appeared to be a training exercise. Of course, while Naruto loved training, he also had the attention span of a hyperactive gerbil fed copious amounts of caffeine and sugar. So those exercise runs quickly turned into desperate runs for freedom from pursuing squads of ANBU as Naruto started to prank them again. It had been difficult to get Lee in on the pranks, as he found them dishonorable, and did not wish to antagonize comrades from his own village. However, when Naruto mentioned that there were no ways to increase his flames of youth and those of his comrades better than by keeping the ANBU on their toes and trying to evade them with all their skill, an unholy fire lit itself in the young boy's unnaturally round eyes. YOSH, in that case, let me allow my flames of youth to fan theirs into an inferno as they chase us in youthful spirit. And with those words, Lee had slipped inside an ANBU storage facility Naruto had found, bottle of itching powder in hand. Turns out, having virtually no chakra at all made you almost invisible to the chakra-sensing abilities of most ninja. Even the sensors, ninja whose skills focus solely around that area of expertise, simply felt something small brush their senses and dismissed it as another one of the copious amounts of rats that infested the many underground systems of Konoha. While the boys quickly figured out that Lee had a greatly easier time sneaking into places he wasn't allowed to be than Naruto did, both boys wouldn't really grasp the full potential of Lee's small chakra reserves until several years later. The irate, not to mention
GG.
itchy, ANBU, however, catoned on immediately, and
Easy
grudgingly
game.
prepared a spot amongst their numbers for the
Dragon.
chakra-less shinobi.
Dragon.
Hell, if the kid didn't cut it at the academy, which seemed likely, then the ANBU could think of several uses for an undetectable ninja, even if he couldn't do jutsu. After all, whether you got burned to crisp by a fireball, or simply received a kunai to the throat, you were still just as dead either way. And ANBU were all about results. For now, however, both ANBU and potential assassination missions were far from either boy's mind, as they were bouncing in their seats. Because today, they would set their first step on the long road to their ultimate goal, the first step in achieving their lifelong dream. Today, they would learn their very first technique. The teachers had guided everyone through unlocking their chakra, even though Naruto had already unlocked his, something only a few other clan children had accomplished as well, Niji Hyuga being among them, to the Uzumaki sire. Those that failed to unlock their chakra, either due to lack of skill or due lack of required chakra, were not so subtly turned towards other branches of Konoha's military that didn't require chakra to fulfill. This only left those with a large enough pool of chakra for it to be useful and large enough skill to make use of it. Lee a noticeable exception, only his record-breaking scores in taijutsu and a personal request from Guy keeping him from being sent away from the academy. Those that were left were all giddy with excitement, even the stoic Niji, eager to learn their first real shinobi skill. Sure, they had had weapon training before and taijutsu as well, both essential parts of any ninja's arsenal. But that wasn't something exclusive to their special brand of mercenaries. Any civilian with the proper motivation could do the same. Hell, with his chakra reserves as low as they were, Rock Lee could be considered just that. But ninjutsu, that was the stuff of every boy's dream. To tame the very elements themselves, to do the impossible but with a mere flick of one's hand, to perform feats no non-shinobi could ever hope to match. As a result, both boys were positively vibrating in their seats. Yes, one had far too much chakra for any academy-level technique to work properly, and yes, the other had too little, but that just made things more interesting for the two geniuses of hard and intelligent work. Their sensei cleared his throat, and all of the unruly children, but especially Lee and Naruto, settled down. Nobody wanted to miss this. Today we will start you on your first technique. While all of the Academy 3 find regular use amongst even Jounin-level shinobi, they are also rather simple to teach, as they require relatively little amounts of chakra to use. Be advised, however, that this also means that they are easily countered by enemy shinobi. It's the reason why we don't simply use a henge and walk through another hidden village's front gate. They would spot it immediately, and the resulting onslaught of weaponry and jutsu would turn you into a mix between a pincushion and a roast spit. Several girls looked rather green at that remark, though if the instructor noticed, he didn't comment on it, instead continuing with the lecture in a sharp voice. Don't bother trying to use the kawarami as anything other than a quick escape. The only person on record to have been capable of using it as a combat tactic is a prodigious Uchiha, with a powerful dojutsu, even by their standards. Don't look at me like that, Hyuga. Your eyes are powerful, yes, but until any of you can perceive time at a rate of 1 to 20, don't even think about it. You'd just get turned into a roast spit for your troubles. Several girls had turned white now, though still the instructor did not relent. Bunshin are easily seen through, if you know where to look. They have no shadow, they leave no imprint. Their clothes and hair are unruffled by any wind. For the observant eye, it becomes immediately clear they are nothing more than mere illusions, not worthy of attention. Think you can hide yourself amidst several clones as you make your attack, confident your opponent will not be able to tell which one is the real you. Once again, a skilled opponent will simply not even bother with the clones. Thank you politely for bringing yourself within his range without any effort on his part and turn you into a roast spit. The instructor let out an evil smirk, letting his eyes roam across the class of terrified children. You'll find that the more skilled ninja have a habit for turning people into roast spits. Not healthy, but to each his own, I suppose. Now, the teacher said, slamming his hand down onto the desk with a large clap, making several girls and a few boys shriek in terror. Does that mean that what you will learn here is completely useless for you against enemy shinobi? Quite frankly, yes. At that, a hushed silence fell across the class, every child confused at the statement, but all of them too terrified to ask for an explanation. Again, the teacher's gaze swept around the room, though this time his stern voice was more solemn. Shinobi you may be if you graduate this academy, but seasoned warriors you are not. Each one of you has the potential to become one, however. All of you possess a chance to be truly great, but you will not become that here. Instead, in teams of 3, you will be paired with a teacher and teammates best suited in your interest, who can help you the most in fully realizing your potential. It is why a mission is B-ranked whenever possible contact with enemy shinobi is within the mission parameters. It is also the reason why a rookie genin will never, ever go on a B mission of any kind. It is simply too dangerous, even if the enemy are mere genin as well. This does not, however, mean that you will not run into danger along the way. Bandits, criminals, yakuza, hell, maybe even a ronin, these are all foes you are likely to face, and these are all foes that will not hesitate to cut you down. Which is where the Academy 3 come in. A shinobi will easily counter them, but a civilian, even a trained one, you might just stand a chance. Use bunshin to show confusion and avoid being targeted. In the heat of battle, it's unlikely they'll notice absent shadows or footprints. Use a henge to either impersonate their fellows, or if possible, an innocent bystander. If you find yourself being hunted down, use the henge to throw off your pursuers. Still manage to get yourself into a tight spot? Kawarami the fuck away, and hightail it out of there and towards your sensei. He's still alive, because if he isn't, you wouldn't be either. The instructor let his heavy gaze slowly roam around the class once more, taking in each face. There were the blubbering messes, of course, mostly civilian children that so far thought that weapon training and learning how to fight were more like some outlandish game than true shinobi preparation. A shame, since if they managed to get here, that meant that they still had the potential for a viable chakra pool. No matter. If they didn't make it, then Konoha still had use for them in any number of ways. A nice shinobi village it may be, it was still a shinobi village and no resource went wasted. Next were those with quiet, determined expressions on their young faces. Children of clans, mostly, who had heard this message hundreds of times before from various family members, or simply watched some come home who hadn't heeded it themselves. The stoic Hyuga was a good example, face a carefully blank mask, even as pupil-less eyes shone with an iron will. Even some civilian children had managed to show some spine, and did not appear to be daunted by his speech. That girl, Ten, for instance, who even now was showing an almost unnatural proficiency with ranged weapons of any kind, and even turning some melee weapons into ranged ones. The double-bladed battle axe stuck in a poor, defenseless training dummy had been particularly interesting. And then there were the odd ones. During his tale, and with each horrific warning, two faces simply lit up in joy and determination. One was nodding along with every caution he gave, every tip he provided, while the other sat furiously scribbling away in a little notebook, jotting down each and every word as if it were gospel. Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee, troublemakers extraordinaire and with more guts than most chunin. This is gonna be interesting. Another month had passed as the class was working on their first technique. Each year in the academy focused on one technique, and after 3 years you had to preform them all adequately enough in order to graduate and claim your headband. It took a year for a single technique due to the face that the academy was supposed to provide aspiring ninja with a basis in everything. Not only did this mean the classic combination of taijutsu, weapon handling, and ninjutsu on top of it, it also had to concern itself with more esoteric, but no less useful, shinobi aspects of life, such as code breaking or poisons. On top of that, since the academy left no time for a regular preschool, it also had to fulfill mundane duties, such as teaching them reading and writing, mathematics, and history. An illiterate ninja was a useless ninja. So Naruto understood why they were taking a whole year just for a single technique. Really, he did. It was just too damn slow. Training under a year under Guy, while monotonous at times, due to being focused almost solely on conditioning his body, had rather spoiled Naruto when it came to education. Sure, Guy had forced to keep up with his letters and numbers, but other than that it had been non-stop training day in and day out. Something that Lee, once told about it, had almost salivated over. And while he and his new best friend tried to hurry things along as fast as they could by sparring and training almost every waking hour, it still didn't feel fast enough for the hyperactive blonde. Further fueling Naruto's sense of urgency was Niji's success with the henge. Well, success might be exaggerating it a little bit. Sometimes certain aspects of the henge would be hazy or even transparent, Other times, and rather often at that, Niji's perspective as a child would mess up his proportions and size whenever he tried to do an adult. Something Naruto took savage glee in pointing out. Only to be shot down by Niji's cool. At least I managed to produce something resembling the human form, and not simply swirls of chakra that flow around without function or purpose. Which was true. While Lee struggled to draw out any chakra at all to cover himself with for the technique, Naruto struggled with drawing out too much. Way too much. Instead of a film placed over his body in the form he wanted his henge to be, Naruto unfailingly produced a thick sheen of chakra, sometimes, usually when he was frustrated, almost a foot thick. While it had awed some of the other children with its sheer display of power, it only pissed Naruto off, which in turn made his control slip only further. Which is why one day, standing with the other children on the field, Niji's mocking eyes boring into his back and his scary sensei looming over him, that Naruto gave in and snapped. Kami, damn it all, why won't this just work? Kit, if you don't stop your yammering, I will, well, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but rest assured, the results won't be pretty. The great and feared Kyuubi no Kitsune replied, sounding for all the world as if he were just woken from his nap. Which he probably was. In the year that Naruto had met the fox, he had found that the great demon slept a lot, though he always gave shifty half-truths and avoiding answers whenever Naruto asked about it. The best he could piece together was that he was leeching power of the fox, and the trauma of being sealed, as well as the energy required to actually talk to Naruto, meant that the fox was almost always tired, which was why it laid down almost all the time, even during the rare times Naruto visited him, something that piqued the interest of the Hokage and that of several other shinobi. Now, however, it was definitely not sleeping, sounding pissed off at Naruto for being the cause of that. I can't help it. I keep taking too much chakra for the technique and I keep messing it up. I can't control it enough to take the little I need. Then why settle for a little? What? A great rumbling sigh, which gave Naruto the feeling as if his brain was rattling around in his head. You have an ocean's worth of chakra, and you're trying to cram it down a tiny faucet. Instead, remove the faucet and simply work with the ocean you have. Okay, I'll try. Try is going to get you killed. You need to do it. Right, I'm gonna do it. With that, Naruto furrowed his brow and reached for the chakra within him once again. This time, instead of drawing out a little to create a film over his body, he instead went straight to the source of his power and brought it to the surface of his skin. He felt his chakra fill his body, even as his skin started to be enveloped in a slight blue glow. Not wanting to create a repeat of his previous attempts, he immediately went through the hand signs for the henge, a small part of him distractedly noting the flash of irritation when he noticed that it didn't go nearly as smooth and fast as Niji did it. It was quickly shoved to the back of his mind as he stopped on the final sign and called out the technique while trying to envision the person he was henging into down to the smallest detail. Henge! A thick cloud of smoke enveloped his form with a small poof, obscuring him from view. His sensei, impatient to see the result of his most troublesome student, several Nara sneezed. He quickly blew away the smoke with a minor futon technique, only to reveal the Hokage, staring down at him, lit pipe clenched between his teeth. Hokage-sama, what are you doing here? The instructor blurted out in surprise. He knew he had overstepped his bounds when the Hokage narrowed his eyes at him. Are you telling me I cannot be wherever I wish to be within my own village, Chunin? The aged leader asked dangerously. And no, of course not, honored Hokage. I was simply surprised, you see, because He was interrupted by the Hokage suddenly bursting out in great gales of laughter, stunning everyone there. Yes, their Hokage was an amiable and friendly man, especially to new recruits, but several people started to get worried when their leader started slapping his knee and wiping tears out of his eyes. Aha, sensei, you should have seen your face. The aged leader laughed. Wait, what? The instructor asked baffled, before a light bulb sprang into existence over his head. Uzumaki, Is that you? Before the surrounding people could laugh derisively at that, one Hyuga in particular, the Hokage gave the teacher a thumbs up and a grin. Got it in one, Sensei Databeo. That more than anything, cleared the doubt from everybody's mind.
Not a bad demon
Only one person alive used
at
that
all.
phrase, and they all knew who. I must say, Uzumaki, I'm impressed. The detail is incredible. You must spend a lot of time with Hokage-sama to get them all so spot on, the instructor said, going over his student's henge with a critical eye. Everything was as realistic as could possibly be. The folds in the cloth, the line in the Hokage's face, even the liver spots that covered it. Why, even the shadow and the gentle flapping of the clothes in the wind. Uzumaki. The word came out strained, as if the speaker was using a not inconsiderable amount of willpower to keep himself from shouting in hysteria. Yeah, sensei? The pseudo-Hokage asked, tilting his head a little, making the hat slide askew onto his face. Lift up your hand, palm facing me. Sure. The leader of Konoha did as was asked, staring at the instructor with anticipation written on his face. The teacher approached him slowly, cautiously, and raised his hand, bringing it closer to hinged Naruto's one, and gave the most gentle high five in the history of high fives. You're solid. You're actually solid. Naruto undid his henge with an enormous grin gracing his face, sending Neji a smug look. It was quickly whipped off his face when he saw his sensei's shocked expression. A sense of foreboding overcame him, even as he could see Lee give him a thumbs up from the corner of his eye. Uzumaki Naruto, come with me please. Yep, this wasn't going to end well. Hiruzen sat at his desk, elbows leaning on the smooth surface and hands folded in front of his face. His gaze shifted from the small boy fidgeting in front of him to the academy teacher standing next to child. Had the situation not been as serious as it was, Hiruzen might have even cracked a smile at the way the teacher almost imitated young Naruto's fidgeting. The situation was serious, though. Not on a level-threatening level like when Naruto had almost ripped his body apart on accident, but nonetheless important enough to make him worry about the long-lasting consequences. After listening to Naruto's tale and asking for several demonstrations, which included the boy turning into various people and even objects, Hiruzen had to sit down in disbelief. At age 7, Naruto Uzumaki had created a solid transformation, changing his very form to whatever he wished it to be it humanoid, animal, or even a simple object with all the physical traits of that object or animal as well. A quick test had shown that it luckily was only those attributes Naruto took on in his henge. A quick transformation into Hiruzen had shown that he didn't possess any of his memories or skills and didn't even possess a similar amount, or even feel, of chakra that he did, still brightly projecting his own. Still though, if the other villages managed to make their Jinchuriki manage a solid transformation as well, not only was it a security risk, while turning into an object, as Naruto had shown, didn't remove the amount of chakra the transformed shinobi naturally emitted. And while a skilled shinobi could suppress this to a bare minimum, Jinchuriki, with their vast amounts of chakra, would never possess the necessary amounts of control needed to suppress that much chakra. Even then, simply transforming into a hawk would provide unequaled surveillance options, not to mention it allowed any Jinchuriki to position itself above an enemy village, release the transformation, plummet down, and proceed to spread mayhem and destruction. He was jolted out of his dark thought by a soft knock at his door, before it swung open before he could give permission to enter. Another little power play by Danzo, though the aged ninja didn't show any of his usual smugness. Undoubtedly, he is already aware of the situation and its consequences, even though Naruto's sensei brought him straight here, which is basically admitting that he has spies at the academy, and I can
Wait,
already
what the
guess
fuck
why
kind of
that
guy
is.
by?
What has taken hold of you, old friend, to act so hastily and openly? Hiruzen thought to himself, even as he explained to Danzo what was going on, for Naruto and his teacher's benefit. After he had finished getting Danzo up to date with what they both already knew, his rival showed his hand, and while his scarred face showed no emotion, his eyes clearly shone with smugness. Hand the child over to me, Hiruzen. If this gets out, no doubt he will become a target, if he isn't already. They both knew he was, and I can keep him safe from that. They both knew he wouldn't within the anonymity of my organization. On top of that, surely you must see the sheer versatility and power this affords the boy. I can bring that to its full potential dash. Thank you, Danzo, both for your concern and advice, and for your offer. However, I share your concerns and have already taken steps to ensure both Naruto's training and safety, so your gracious offer will no longer be necessary. Danzo narrowed his single eye at the Hokage, his face inscrutable. Oh, and may I ask, my old friend, what these steps might be? Hiruzen smiled, but it wasn't a nice one. It was grim and sharp, reminding everybody that beneath his grandfatherly exterior was, above all else, a weathered and seasoned ninja. No need, old friend. He's already here. Precisely at that moment, two heavy knocks resounding from Hiruzen's office door. Waiting for just over a second, the professor gave Danzo a pointed look before calling enter. Into his office stepped the large form of Akimichi Chuza, clan head of the Akimichi, part of the Inoshikacho team, and father of Akimichi Choji, who was lined up to be part of the team's second generation. And he was looking pissed. I have received your missive, Hokage-sama, the giant of a man, who almost reached the ceiling of the now suddenly crowded office. Thank you, Chuza. I trust you know why I called on you, Hiruzen said, his voice soft and soothing, though his eyes remained two gray flints of rock-hard granite. Yes, Hokage-sama, you want me to take in Uzumaki and teach him our techniques. The clan head wasn't shouting, and his tone and posture remained as they should be when talking with the Hokage, but his rage over this slight against his clan was clear to all, even to young Naruto. Not that it was entirely unjustified. Clans hoarded their secret techniques as ferociously as others guarded bloodlines, and to have an outsider forced on them to teach him those techniques. Wars had started for less. Rebellions had started of stuff like this. Because of this, Hiruzen was quick to soothe the corpulent Akimichi. Not at all, my dear Chuza, not at all, he chuckled, as if the ninja in front of him was a mere child who had come to an amusingly wrong conclusion. It clearly put Chuza on the wrong foot, blinking in surprise at Hiruzen's tone. I'm not asking you to take him in. He'll still stay at his own house and keep his own name and clan. As for you teaching him your techniques, why, I would never ask that of you. All I ask of the valiant Akimichi is that they assist young Uzumaki here while he tries to create his own. There was a short silence, as Chuza turned his leader's soft words over in his head. We won't be housing the BR boy, or teaching him our techniques. Just advise him. Hiruzen let the clan head's verbal slip-up go, for now, though he wouldn't forget. Instead, however, he plastered a smile on his face and nodded. Indeed, my dear Chuza. Now, what say you to this order? At that last word, the Akimichi tensed, as well he should. It was a subtle reminder that though Hiruzen was willing to compromise to keep the clan appeased, such as not demanding secrets passed down from generation to generation, his will would still be done, whether they liked it or not. Konoha was still, after all, a dictatorship and Hiruzen its dictator. Very well, Hokage-sama, Chuza bit out, giving a sharp and stiff bow. Straightening, he turned his thunderous gaze on Naruto's small form, making the child take a step back out of fear. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock sharp. Do not be late. With that, the clan head stomped out of his leader's office, though due to his weight this was usually the case anyway. Danzo smoothly glided after the irate Akimichi, his single eye giving Hiruzen a long and considering glance before he too was gone. Only Naruto and his sensei remained, the latter of which Hiruzen ordered to report to an ANBU mind wiper as soon as possible. While all the children who had witnessed Naruto's feat couldn't be wiped due to the danger to their young and developing mind, they also were too young to fully grasp the consequences of it. Though a small squad of ANBU would be posted to keep an eye on their parents, should they piece anything together from their children's descriptions, just in case. Right now, however, Naruto was once again fidgeting in front of his desk, fisting his white shirt between two small fists. Undoubtedly, the child was excited at gaining another tutor, but the thinly concealed loathing of Chusa had put a rather large dumper on that enthusiasm. Not to mention it started to look like Naruto would be forced to leave the academy for yet another year. Naruto, Naruto, please look at me, Hiruzen said encouragingly. Slowly the child lifted his gaze to look his sort of grandfather in the eye. It's going to be all right, okay. Naruto, I know you're not looking forward to losing another year at the academy, but what you have discovered today is simply too great and versatile to simply ignore. We must examine the limits of your technique and see if there are any safety concerns. On top of that, the Akimichi are one of the greatest masters where transformation is concerned. They can help you become a lot stronger, Naruto. Well, the Inuzuka are rather proficient with transformations as well, of course, but they do not make the best or most patient instructors. Naruto perked up a little at the mention of getting stronger, but he was still clearly unsure about everything. Can me and Lee still train? Of course, Naruto. Our comrades are our greatest strength, and it does me proud that you think of them before trying to make yourself powerful. But he cannot join you in your special training under the Akimichi. This immediately brought down the loyal Uzumaki's mood, and it looked as if Naruto was preparing himself to put up a fight against being separated from his new friend. So Hiruzen decided to sweeten the deal. Naruto, the reason why we must be so careful is because you have done something that no one else has ever done before, not even the other Hokages. At that, Naruto's head snapped up with an unbelieving grin. You, Naruto Uzumaki, have just created your very own, original technique. Hiruzen finished with a smile. For a second, Naruto's face slacked in complete bafflement, before his mouth stretched into a huge grin. Yatta, I made my own technique. I am awesome. Hiruzen simply laughed at the energetic blonde, before raising himself out of his comfortable chair. Come, this event must be celebrated. How does Ichiraku's sound to you? The following yell of glee could be heard across the village. Chapter 8, Confessions and Conspiracies. Lee sat patiently in an empty grassy field, his legs crossed and his eyes closed, his breath slow and steady. While most citizens of Konoha would have balked at the sight of a non-hyperactive Rock Lee, the truth was quite simple. Lee hated not training. Every moment not spent sleeping or eating was a golden opportunity to seize your youth and become even stronger than you are. Which is why Lee was always busy, which also meant that he was also moving. Since having become friends with Naruto, however, moving had turned into, run like hell, the ANBU are onto us, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. However, just because he didn't want to sit still didn't mean that he couldn't sit still. After all, there may come situations in his glorious and youth-filled career where he had to wait very quietly for his prey to fall into his subtle trap, like the mighty panther, anticipating the flighty gazelle. His hero didn't introduce himself as the sublime beast of Konoha after all. So, though it pained him to restrain his youth, Lee sat and tried his hardest at being completely calm. He thought it was going rather well, until he heard a shuffling and moaning sound. The telltale sounds of dragging feet got closer and closer, yet Lee didn't move or open his eyes. Eventually, there was a great heaving sound and a soft thud, as something fell to the ground next to him. With a faint smile and his eyes still closed, Lee addressed the newcomer. Hello to you too, Naruto-senpai. Mumble mumble. Come now, do not say that about our comrades. Mumble mumble. It just means that they believe in your great flames of youth, so much that they are convinced that you can take on all of their jounin at once. Mumble mumble. Truly? Well, did they at least feed you? Mumble mumble mumble. What was that, Naruto-senpai? I'm afraid I did not quite catch that. I said, mumble mumble mumble. Aw, so no ramen again, huh, Naruto-senpai? And at that question Naruto burst out into uncontrollable wailing. Lee gave his comrade a sympathetic glance before closing his eyes again. The blonde's love for ramen was well known, but the Akimichi had forbidden him from his usual consumption rate, instead limiting him to what a normal human might have, which, compared to Naruto's usual intake, was next to nothing. Look at it this way, Naruto-senpai. All of the discomfort you face now will only make you stronger later on, Lee said, hoping to cheer his friend up. Naruto, rivers of water still flowing down his face, nodded petulantly. I know, and what the Akimichi normally make is really good, like amazingly good, but it's just not ramen, the Uzumaki said, working himself to his feet and pacing in front of Lee. Lee, recognizing that he wouldn't get any rest with his friend around, dropped out of his meditative pose, rose to his feet and dusted himself off. Are you at least progressing in your new jutsu? Technically, Lee wasn't supposed to know about Naruto's new technique. Unfortunately, nobody had remembered to tell Naruto that. So the first thing the very next day after ramen with the Hokage, the hyperactive blonde had bounded over to his friend and had proceeded to, in a single breath, blurt out that he had created a new technique that was super strong. But because it was so strong, he had to train under the Akimichi for a year, so they couldn't come to the academy together anymore. But don't worry, we'll still be friends, I promise. But I really have to go now or I'll be late, and I don't want to be late or the big man will get angry at me, bye. And then he had bounded off, leaving behind a confused Lee and a dozen frustrated ANBU, while an amused Hiruzen Sarutobi watched everything happen in his crystal ball. So now Lee knew about the potentially game-breaking new technique that he wasn't supposed to know about. While he wasn't allowed to come with Naruto to his special training in the Akimichi compound, it didn't really matter, because Naruto told him everything that happened there anyway. His friend's eyes lit up at his question, and he nodded so fast that Lee was worried he'd give himself a concussion. Yuha, we were finally moving on from persons today. I had to do animals this time. I was a really big bear dash poof, and a wolf dash poof, and a really big hawk dash poof, and a pig dash poof. But I didn't really like that one, because all of the Akimichi started looking at me real funny, Naruto said, turning into each animal as he said it, making Lee dizzy with the sight, especially since all of the animals kept talking with Naruto's voice. Briefly squeezing his eyes shut, Lee opened them again to see that Naruto had changed from his talking pig form to his regular form. Some of the more mean-spirited in the village would say that there was no difference between the two, but those people always got pranked. Always. Lee was surprised to see a wistful expression on his friend's face, however, as he stared at the cloudless sky ahead. A source of great consternation to many a Nara, because you can't go laze off to go cloud watching if there were no clouds to watch in the first place. I liked being the hawk, though. I felt free. The blonde mused quietly, making Lee wince in sympathy. He knew his friend loved the village, though he loved some people in it a little less. The problem was that it was very clear that, save for a few individuals, the village didn't love him. Yes, the ninja weren't all that antagonistic towards him, or if they felt that way, then they were professional enough to not let it show. But most of the villagers looked at him with coldness and derision. He was never outright attacked or thrown out of stores, but everywhere he went, conversation would dry up, only to flame up right behind his back, loud enough that everyone knew that it was impossible for him to not hear their hurtful comments. Yes, Lee could very much understand his friend's wish to be a bird, free up in the sky, with nobody or nothing around to tear him down. I bet they were very excited about the bird, if you can fly in that form, at least. Naruto nodded, though Lee could tell his friend was still in a little bit of a funk. Yeah, I get all of the stuff of the animals I turn into. When I was a bear, I was really strong, and when I was a wolf, I could smell really well. We're probably going to train with the hawk and stuff and with the wolf for a while, though. They're thinking about getting some Inuzuka on board. See if they can turn me into the perfect tracker/scout. Lee nodded along. It made sense after all. While the physical strength of a bear may seem imposing, it still paled in comparison to most mid to high-level shinobi. In a few more years, he'd be probably just as strong as a regular ursine. But senses were still the hardest thing to train, and even if you did, it was usually only one of the 6. There was a reason why chakra sensors were so rare, after all. But Naruto could simply shapeshift his senses to be as high as he needed them to be, without years and years of training
Oh
required.
God.
It was maybe
Yeah, we
not the most
lost.
glamorous of abilities his new technique gave him,
That
but
thing
those would come in time.
has a lot of
Still, I guess
HP.
the wolf one could be fun, I guess. At least it'll mean I get to work with the Inuzuka on that one. I pranked them a couple of times, and they were really cool about it. The pack mentality of the Inuzuka was well known, and it encompassed them to the very core of their being. It also meant that socially they still relied on that mentality, which meant that for an Inuzuka, to some extent, the entire village was pack, and pack took care of their own. In their eyes, Naruto might be an Omega, the runt of the litter, but he was still pack. Suddenly Naruto looked unusually thoughtful, cocking his head as if he was listening to someone, before letting out a laugh. Confused, Lee warily approached his friend. Maybe the Akimichi hit him a little too hard in the head? They were physically the strongest shinobi amongst Konoha's forces, after all. Naruto-senpai, are you all right? What? Oh yeah, the furball was just bitching that the fox is the best animal there is dash. Slowly Naruto trailed off, his eyes wide and his skin pale. Senpai? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this wasn't supposed to happen. Senpai, Lee cried out, stepping closer to his friend, who took a hurried step back. I can't, Naruto struggled to say, looking as if he might hyperventilate at any moment. Tell me what's going on, Naruto, Lee said, stepping closer again, now truly worried about his friend. No, no, I can't. I can't, the blonde yelled, his hands fisted into his shirt, knuckles white with the strength he used as he clung to the fabric. Even his tears were starting to form in the corners of his eyes. Making a split-second decision, Lee dashed forwards, gripping his friend tightly by the shoulders and forcing him to look into his eyes. Naruto, you can tell me you can trust me.
I don't know.
I
The
am,
Elise is
and will always be
or
your
whatever.
friend.
The
That's a
Belinda
promise.
Stonehearth.
You remember our Nindo, right? Taking a step back, Lee gave Naruto the nice guy pose, with one hand on hip, an extra sparkling smile 9000 XTM, patent
Love
pending,
that card actually.
and said their Nindo aloud, for the world to hear. We never break our promises. There was a very long pause as Naruto, still looking like a spooked rabbit, scrutinized his friend, who didn't let up on his smile. Finally, after what felt like ages to Lee, a small answering smile appeared on Naruto's face. Okay, he whispered, sinking to his knees, still huddled in on himself. Lee went to sit beside his friend,
Alright,
hands clasped in his lap with an eager and open expression on his face. Okay, okay, Naruto said again, more to himself than anyone else. Then he took a deep breath and began to talk. Around the same time, in the house of the Akimichi clan head, there was a nice dinner going on, which wasn't really anything unusual with them being Akimichi and all that. All of their dinners were nice, or they were no true Akimichi.
I thought
However,
that would
while
do
the
it
food
twice.
was
I was lied
absolutely
to.
excellent, the atmosphere was tense to say the that, or you were either on the verge of death or already long gone. Finally, Choji's mother spoke up, her voice friendly, but
That's kind of a
firm.
bold play.
Dear,
I
why
think
don't you go
about
to
it.
your room for now? Your father and I have some things to discuss. With a hastily blurted thank you, the youngest Akimichi bolted, showing surprising speed for one so big-boned. With all pretense at having a dinner gone, Chuza put down his cutlery with a sigh, eyes closed. His wife, however, jumped right into the argument. Chuza, this can no
I
longer
mean,
continue. I know what you think of the boy, and believe me, I understand why. I have felt the same as well. But one
none of
look at
this
that
helps me.
hopeful face, those baby blue eyes, and you have to admit that there's
Sure,
nothing of the
I'll
fox
do
in
that, I
him.
guess. I don't know.
I know. And one other thing, you dash as her husband's words seeped through the haze of righteous maternal anger. The Akimichi matriarch was brought to a grinding halt, ladle still held aloft like a legendary weapon of old. What? She asked, confusion clear in her voice, though she didn't drop out of her battle stance. even when the ladle began to drip gravy onto her pristine white tablecloth. Knowing with the accumulated wisdom that came from being married for over a decade, Chuza knew better to
That's
point
right.
it
He
out,
has those guys,
or to
dude. We're
laugh,
fucked.
smile, or grin at his wife's antics, lest she use that ladle on him. So he simply repeated himself in a calm voice. I know that Naruto Uzumaki is not the Kyuubi reincarnated. I know that now. Oh, his wife said, blinking a few times in surprise before setting herself down.
Yeah, we're
What
fucked.
convinced you all of a sudden?
GG.
At that, Chuza rubbed his chin in thought.
I don't know. That
I
end
dunno,
fucking
really.
sucked for me. There was
I mean,
no
I was a
rolls.
tad bit harsh on the
My
boy in the
RNG
few
was
months we
horrible.
taught him dash. Here, Chuza dutifully ignored his wife's unladylike snort. But he just kept on getting
Red,
back
what's
up.
up, man?
And not because
Hello.
he was angry or something, but because he
Welcome.
wanted to train. He believed, with everything he had, that if he got back up just one more time, tried to get it right one more time, that would bring him one step closer to being Hokage. And after a while, I
How are
started
you?
to believe it
How's
as
your night
well.
going? Or morning, I guess.
Smiling
Depends on where you are.
softly, his wife came to her feet and ran a calloused hand through his spiky hair. So, what happens now? At that, Chuza sighed deeply. Now we start him on our techniques as well. Not the actual ones, mind you, those are Akimichi secrets and they will remain Akimichi secrets. But
It's too
teach
bad
him
that
the
I didn't,
theory
like,
at least, how to
see the
use it
cards
battle and
for,
stuff like that. We
back to
step
back
up
and
the
all that,
animal
'cause, like, I
shapeshifting
almost had
training
it.
to mythical
Like,
creatures as
there
well,
was a back to
while
back
drilling
at
him
one
in his
point.
flying forms. Get an Inuzuka on board to deal with the extra senses when he shapeshifts into a tracker form or something. We're going to start dealing with this seriously and professionally. Good. His wife smiled lovingly, a smile which Chuza gladly reciprocated. Smack.
I like
Oh,
both these guys.
Cammy damn it, woman. What was that for?
Let's
The
do the
clan
time warp,
head
though.
yelled
I
indignantly,
think the time
rubbing
warp's
his
really good.
forehead with a wince. HMPF, because it took you 2 months to see what I saw on day 1, and you completely forgot that you're going to apologize to the poor boy. Baka. His wife threw over her shoulder as she stormed towards the kitchen, chin held high. Grumbling under his breath, Chuza turned to go to the living room,
I don't know.
only to see that Choji was already standing there, having come to check
With
up
the
on his
Ellie, I guess.
parents after having heard all of the commotion.
Although the crab
Hey
is
there,
OP.
son. Everything's all right. No need to worry your little head about anything at all,
Oh,
promise.
that's right. You get two.
Chuza said,
Should've got the
waving his
Battlecry,
hands
man.
in front of him,
Battlecry has a lot of
smile
value there.
firmly on his face. Dad, why is there a ladle-shaped red mark on your forehead? Briefly, Chuza opened his mouth, retort ready to leap from his mouth, before he simply deflated. Today had been long enough, what with personal revelations and smacks to the forehead and all that. He simply didn't have the energy anymore to come up with a reassuring response. Trudging towards the couch,
Wow.
he briefly rested his heavy hand on
He
his
just got
son's
absolutely
head,
shreked.
his voice weary and full of hard-gained wisdom. You'll understand
Do I
when you're
just
married,
commit
son.
Ellie right now?
Night had
No,
fallen
right?
over Konoha, the moon high in the
Although it's
sky and
crazy
all
not
of
to
its
buy a
citizens
card, but-
peacefully asleep. Well, most of its citizens. One Hiruzen Sarutobi was fully awake and dressed for battle, though it was concealed by his wide ceremonial robes. He was tense and he didn't bother to hide it. Depending on what would be uncovered tonight, terrible decisions would have to be made for the future of Konoha and its citizens, lest it all fall to ruin. From the many shadows that lined the underground bunker only he was aware of, he had built it by himself only last week after all, fell a dark shape to the floor
All right, what do we
behind
got in
Hiruzen,
life?
straightening itself to show it to be a tall man, his face concealed behind a porcelain mask, a stylized salamander painted on the white ceramic. Report. Hiruzen barked harshly. They did not have the luxury of time. They needed to act both fast and very, very carefully, a situation that put the hairs on the back of his neck on end. Hi, Hokage-sama. As per your orders, I have created a covert ops group within ANBU with only those whose unquestionable loyalty I completely trust in order to investigate the Kyuubi's allegations of an
Oh, dude, what
Uchiha
the fuck
controlling
is wrong
him
with
during his
me?
attack 9 years ago.
All right, whatever.
Among
We'll use
these
those later.
operatives are
I
2
keep forgetting what
Uchiha.
I'm supposed to be doing
Hiruzen
here.
felt ice-cold dread coil in his gut, his
I always
face
forget
going
about
white in
this.
shock, though the ANBU commander didn't see it, for the aged Hokage had had his back turned to him for the entire conversation.
I think we just lost the game because of that.
Salamander. You didn't. Hiruzen thought with grief deep in his bones. Their names are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. They are young, but they are talented and their loyalty to Konoha is absolute. You did, Hiruzen thought, closing his eyes. Where are operatives Itachi and Shursui?
Okay.
Salamander? Right here, sir.
This is pretty good value.
And with that,
like half your
two
money
more
back.
blobs fell from the ceiling, revealing themselves to be young boys, though both had hardened eyes. Steeling himself,
This is good
Hiruzen
too.
turned around and
I think we
started
go with the
setting
blood
up
gem
Operation
buff.
Insight.
Kind of sounds good.
Report, he said, his voice gravelly.
He's also good though,
It was
right?
clear
'Cause then
that
you
Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken a
sell-
back seat. They were now being
mean,
addressed by the
it's
third
okay.
Hokage, the professor, the god of shinobi. Itachi was the one to speak first, his voice flat and cold, not fitting with his youthful
Hey,
appearance.
watch out.
Lord Hokage, due to my position as clan heir, I have been able to discern more about my clan's plans than my cousin, Uchiha Shursui, though I wasn't allowed full insight into their scheme. What I do know is that there is a lot of dissatisfaction amongst the more prominent of our shinobi forces, and they hold secret meetings, away from the rest of the compound and the other clan members. My parents are among them, Lord Hokage. You believe them to be the leaders of these meetings, Uchiha Itachi?
My
I
cards
cannot say
suck.
with certainty, Lord Hokage. They might be the leaders of these meetings by their own will, but it could also be that because of my father's position as clan
Let's
head,
see. Okay.
they were forced to attend. To not do so would surely divide the clan and instigate a rebellion. And what do you think that they are discussing in these meetings, Uchiha Itachi, based on the morale and general feelings amongst your fellow clan members? As I've said before, Lord Hokage, I wasn't allowed full insight into the plan, as I was barred from attending the meetings, so I don't know dash. I'm not asking you what you know. I'm asking you what you think. I think they are trying to instigate a rebellion, Lord Hokage. Again Hiruzen closed his eyes and turned away, hand briefly resting against his forehead. What were they thinking? This was their village too. One of their kin had founded it, for Kami's sake. Did they not see that a rebellion would only bring death and pain to Konoha? I'm too old for this. Far, far too old for this. Oh Minato, if only I had died on that fateful day, and that you may have lived. But no. In the end, I think you would be too soft to do what must be done. I wonder, which one of us makes that the better Hokage? The aged
So
leader
slow.
mused to himself,
Crazy how slow I am.
sadness, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui. You are hereby ordered to infiltrate the secret meetings of the Uchiha clan and report all of your findings directly to me. ANBU Commander Salamander will brief you on any information you think you might need to know, and has a task force at his disposal. It is now at your disposal as well. Should you, for any reason, need an extraction, his men will provide it. Bear in mind, however, that this is a Black Ops mission. If you do end up needing a distraction, then Konoha will deny any involvement with your actions. You and those of ANBU who are identified as helping you will be labeled missing nin and will be pursued with the full might of the law. Uchiha Shursui, you are to make use of your unique dojutsu, Kodo Amitsukami, and influence the leaders of the meeting to consider a peaceful resolution. Since your eyes are crucial in keeping this situation contained, you will be guarded by ANBU chosen by Salamander to guard your every waking hour and any other hour as well. Do you accept this order? The silence that followed Hiruzen's speech was deafening, and the aged ninja swore he could hear his blood rushing through his veins as loud as a horse stampeding next to his ear. Finally, it was broken when both boys stood as one fist clasped to their chest as they bowed their heads. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hi, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. And with a flash, they were both gone, retreated into the shadows from where they had come. Only Hiruzen and Salamander remained. The ANBU commander remained kneeling, however. He could tell his leader was not yet done. Have you been able to verify the Kyuubi's claim, Salamander? No, Hokage-sama, though it is starting to look very likely. The Uchiha themselves certainly think it's likely, and we have on record that Madara has managed such a feat before. And yet, the demon fox claimed that it was an impostor, who released him on that fateful night. Indeed, sir, which is why we are now combing through all of the MIA reports that involve the Uchiha. Given the Uchiha's indignant anger at the accusation, I find it more likely that someone outside of the clan is the culprit. The third Hokage hummed in thought, eyes narrowed as a sharp intelligence, honed by decades upon decades of war, tried to look at the problem from every possible angle, searching for the opportune place to strike. Keep the members within the clan under surveillance. Coordinate with operatives Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui as necessary. Extend your search to MIA reports that even remotely involve an Uchiha, even if the missing person in question is not an Uchiha himself. Hatake Kakashi is a perfect example that you don't need their blood to use their eyes. Also comb through all of the Kia reports on Uchihas. The Kia reports, sir? The commander asked, surprise clear in his voice, even as his expression was hidden beneath his mask. Grave robbing, as distasteful as it is a practice we should not dismiss out of hand, Salamander. See it done. At once, Lord Hokage. Dismissed. With that final order, the third Hokage left, and Hiruzen Sarutobi came to the forefront once more. While old, it was only now that he looked truly ancient. His face lined with not age but grief, his back not bent due to frailty, but due to the immense weight that was placed on the old man's shoulders. The ANBU commander rose from his kneeling position, before standing around awkwardly. Eventually he loudly coughed into his hand, drawing a faint smile from his aged leader. Hokage-sama, you have said before that I have permission to be frank with you, sir. Speak, Salamander. There is no one who can overhear us within these four walls, I assure you. Right? Thank you, sir. The ANBU commander nodded, before falling silent again. After an awkward pause, the commander coughed into his fist yet again, before speaking up in a nervous tone. You did the right thing, sir. Did I? Did I really? Hiruzen asked heavily, his voice paper-thin. Yes, sir. No matter how distasteful these actions may seem, they ensure that Konoha survives. Salamander said, conviction clear in his tone. Yes, they will. But will Konoha live because of this? Hiruzen asked, as he turned away from the commander, beginning a long walk home. Sir. Forget about it, Salamander. Ignore the ramblings of an old man, with far too many regrets weighing on his mind. Good night, Commander. Good night, sir. It was 6 a.m., the sun haven just risen above the mountain range lining Konoha, bathing the sleepy village in beautiful hues of red, gold, and orange. As he had for the last 2 months, Naruto Uzumaki was standing in front of the clan head of the Akimichi's house, hopping from one foot to the next in anticipation, full of positive energy after his long talk with Lee, which had ended rather anticlimactic if he were honest. After hours and hours of pouring his heart out, Lee had simply sat there, looking at him with those weirdly round eyes of him. Finally, it had become too much for Naruto's frayed nerves, and he had exploded. Well, what, Naruto-senpai? Lee asked, his face confused, those ridiculously round eyes blinking in incomprehension, those massive eyebrows furrowed in distress. Aren't you going to insult me? Call me demon? Call me freak? Naruto-senpai, friends do not call each other that, and they don't allow them to call themselves that either. It's most unyouthful. But I have the QB within me. He's probably the reason why you're an orphan. Aren't you mad? Again those round eyes blinked in confusion, Lee's tone completely honest. Yes, I am vexed with the QB no Kitsune. But why should that mean I cannot be friends with you? Because... Suddenly, Lee had sprung to his feet, dragging Naruto up by his shoulders as well. Naruto-senpai, I have promised you I would forever be your friend, and as is our Nindo, I will never break that promise. And that is all there needs to be said about that.
Considering
Now,
I haven't
let's
played
leave
any
these dreary
Ethereal
thoughts
Knights this
behind
whole
us.
game, that was pretty
There is
good.
still sunlight, And you know what that means. And with that, Lee ran off on his hands. You. Naruto stood there in shock for a few seconds
I'll take it.
before an
It's fine.
enormous grin broke through on
Okay,
his
we're all
face.
nice and beefy.
Lee, wait for me.
Good.
Hey, wait up. He
The
didn't stop
Titus is
smiling
good.
for the entire day,
This is also
or
good.
the one after that. So now he was standing in front of the Akimichi clan head's
I think this
house,
is probably better.
in a very good mood and eager to start the day, no matter what it might bring. Yes, training with the Akimichi was grueling, and sometimes, when they were discussing theory, extremely boring, but it was totally worth it. The first couple of times Naruto had changed into adults had been very cool to the small boy. Being tall was awesome. He was so going to do that more often. But the blonde had really been reinvigorated when they allowed him to try various animal forms, even those that were smaller than his regular form, of which there weren't many, unfortunately, and should thus have been impossible. But apparently having a greater demon in your gut allows you to blatantly ignore the laws of thermodynamics, and so Naruto had been happily soaring around as a hawk, despite that form being several sizes smaller than he was. He hoped that they would allow him to try flying forms today as well. Flying was the most freeing experience in the world, to young Naruto's mind, and over the centuries he wouldn't be alone in that opinion. There was someone, however, who
I don't think we
disagreed
care about Bran.
vehemently. This is an outrage. This mindless mongrel of a human has within him the greatest kitsune of all, imprisoned. And what does he do with my gracious gifts? Trick people? Upset nations? Sow confusion wherever he goes. No. He wants to be a bloody pigeon,
I'll want
a hawk,
butchering targets.
and I do plenty of tricking dash. I am not done yet. So, the boy wants to be an animal because of the freedom it gives him. But does he seek freedom in running over plains? Does he seek freedom in the chase of prey, in the flight from predators? Does he seek freedom in the form of a fox, the most cunning and majestic of all animals? No. The fool decides he wants to grow feathers instead. Feathers. I'll have you know, you ungrateful little dash. With a mental sigh, Naruto closed the connection between him and the fox. It had taken a lot of thinking on Naruto's part, okay, mostly on Gigi's part, but they had come to the conclusion that if the fox didn't lie, then they could essentially answer every question they had. They had to be very careful with how they voiced their question, of course. The fox was old and wily and spotted loopholes where they didn't even think to look. One very impressive deceit on the demon's part had them wandering just about the entirety of Fire Country, only to end up back in Konoha again. All without it ever telling a single lie. However, one of the earliest questions had been very carefully worded, composed by both the Hokage, Danzo, for who better to ask to manipulate a manipulator than another manipulator? Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. It had basically boiled down to, can Naruto control whether or not he can here be influenced by you? Though the answer had been a disappointing no, they had still managed to wheedle out of the fox how Naruto could cut off the connection between the two of them, effectively shutting the demon up. The best part was that the connection could only be opened again on Naruto's side, so no occurrences anymore where the demon would butt in at the most random of moments. It had saved Naruto a lot of grief when the fox had been in a particularly ornery mood and decided to pester him because, honestly, what else could it possibly do inside a prison inside his gut? Ever since the shape-shifting had come up, though, had the fox been more antagonistic than usual, tending to go on long rants whenever Naruto appeared to take joy in another form than that of a fox. Apparently, it was a point of pride amongst all Bijou, who were all patrons of sort to the animals they shared appearances with. Never, ever eat beef in front of the Hachibi. Or squid, for that matter. One time, Naruto had shut the fox up mid-rant, done his training for the day, getting smacked around by shinobi 5 times his size and 10 times his weight, and had reopened the connection only to hear the fox still going strong on the same rant. Naruto was taken out of his musings when the front door opened. He immediately smiled. He couldn't help it. To him, this was the best part of the day. Oh, Naru-chan,
I don't know.
How nice to see you so soon. Come here. And with those words, Naruto was swept up in a bone-crunching hug from the Akimichi matriarch, every joint in his body popping alarmingly.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh dear, you are so thin.
Bad.
Tut tut tut, we can't have that now, can we? Come in, come in. I'm sure we have leftovers somewhere in the house. Without being able to offer a word in protest, not that he would have even if he could, Naruto was bodily pulled into the Akimichi clan head home. As far as homes went,
Oh no.
it was rather
Kind
homey.
of good for late game,
No
I guess.
armors on the walls,
Yeah, we lost
great
this.
and legendary swords on the coffee
Maybe
table,
we
no
would, though?
piles of skulls in the corner, taken from fallen enemies. All in all, it was all very mundane. Naruto loved it. He was quickly shoved into the kitchen by the strong arms of the Akimichi clan head, smiling as he
Just
saw
barking his head
Choji
off right
sitting
now.
at the dining table,
All right, we need.
gorging
Oh
himself
god
on a
damn! I need to
heavenly
dig.
meal, as were
I also
all
need to
meals prepared by the Akimichi
kill some
clan.
things here.
The rotund boy briefly looked up, gave a happy wave, and went back to stuffing his face. He and Choji had eaten Choji's mom's food together multiple times during Naruto's tutelage under the Akimikis. To Choji, this made Naruto practically clan, and the heavyset boy was always bright and cheerful when meeting the blonde. The other Akimichi sitting at the dining table, however, was an entirely different story. Absolutely massive, even by Akimichi standards, Chusa Akimichi was the largest person that Naruto had ever seen. He also didn't seem to like Naruto much. It was only because Naruto knew how much damage a Jounin could really do, thank you itching powder in ANBU underwear, that he knew that the large man was holding back during their fights, but it certainly didn't feel like it. Snapping to a sharp salute, after seeing Guy laughing at his earlier attempts, he had forced his impromptu teacher to drill him in the correct ones. Naruto nodded
That actually could be
determinedly.
good.
Uzumaki Naruto, reporting for training, Lord Akimichi, sir. While usually this would have been answered with a mere grunt, this time only silence met him. Studying him with a critical gaze, Chusa addressed his son without turning away from Naruto. Choji, why don't you go to your room for a little while? There are a few things I need to discuss with Naruto here. The young Akimichi sighed, shoved his chair away and grabbed 2 drumsticks in each hand as he stalked out of the kitchen, his face set in a pout. Again? Sheesh. Chusa waited until Choji's steps faded from hearing, before focusing his heavy gaze on Naruto again, who nervously
Wait, he
gulped,
lost Reborn?
still standing at attention.
So that's not
At ease.
necessarily a good. I don't know. I guess it is for
Did-
what's happening.
Did he sound amused? Naruto thought in shock, before warily loosening his stance. There was a pause in the kitchen, the only sound the ticking of a clock on the wall and the bustling of Choji's mom
My
as
hand's
she
too
was
full.
puttering around in the kitchen. It was suddenly broken by the gruff voice of Chusa. I voted to have you killed, you know, when you were a baby.
We lose.
Naruto gaped at the man in shock
My hand's full.
before warily taking a step back. The Akimichi, we don't really do too well with ranged attacks. We like to get in close. As you can imagine, getting close to a demon, it doesn't really end that well. I lost a lot of people in the Kyuubi's attack, and those that didn't die. Chusa paused, before shifting in his seat, making Naruto nearly bolt out of the room altogether. He was taken off guard, however, when he saw that Chusa was lifting up his heavy mail shirt. What he saw made his mouth fall open in shock. An angry red scar, covering almost the entire side of Chusa's torso, a long streak stretching over his large belly. Seeing that he had Naruto's attention, the clan head chuckled bitterly before letting the shirt drop again. He continued talking, his eyes distant as he recalled painful memories. Apparently, demon chakra is poisonous. I didn't know that then. I do know it now. It wasn't enough that the bastard almost took out my entire guts. No, he had to go and poison me too. God, I hate that damned fox. I hate him for what he did to me. I hate him for what he took from me. At this, Chusa clenched one massive fist and closed his eyes in pain. I hate him for who he took from me. In the silence that followed, Naruto felt absolutely lost. He didn't know whether he had to fight, flee, or just cry like there was no tomorrow. All 3 options were looking rather good at the moment. And then you came along, this tiny little thing, a slip of a human, and the fox was inside of you, out of my reach, free of my revenge. Oh, I know that I could never kill the bastard on my own, so much for vengeance and justice, I guess. But at the time, with my home in ruins, my family dead. My guts only kept inside my body by my hands, some wire and nothing more than hope and dreams. God, I wanted to get the bastard back for everything he did. Hurt him, just like he hurt me. But you were in the way. An innocent babe was all that stood beneath us and the demon who in one night had completely destroyed our lives. I guess some part of us recognized that you weren't the fox himself. But an even greater part just didn't care. We wanted to have our vengeance, and if that meant that a baby had to die, then so be it. What was one more child on the mountain of children that were already lost to us? But the Hokage intervened, made the knowledge that you were the Kyuubi's jailer an S-rank secret, and we were told to just get on with our lives. Just like that. And in the meantime, you grew up, and every single day, when you walked around the village where the demon inside of you had rampaged not so long before, it was as if the fox was still taunting us. A last laugh from beyond the grave. You kept shouting that you would become Hokage, but did it ever cross your mind that people might see that as the ultimate joke from the fox? It comes into our village, destroys our homes, rips our loved ones away from us, and the only consequence is that its jailer gets to sit on the throne of whatever's left.
I'm in the Twilight Zone.
Naruto felt something wet slide down his cheek. Confused, he lifted a hand to his face, only to draw it back, glistening with wetness. I'm crying, he thought, surprised. Chuza didn't notice, however, caught up in memories long past and grief that had never truly healed. So one day, the Hokage asks me to come to his office and dumps this kid, this innocent kid that I have been hating for almost 10 years, right in my lap, and tells me I am to teach him my clan techniques. Techniques that have been in my clan for ages, passed down from generation to generation, techniques members of my family have given their lives to protect. And I was supposed to just teach them to you, just like that. So I got angry, again, and I focused that anger on you, again. And for that, I am truly sorry, Uzumaki Naruto. In the 2 months that you have been here, you have taken all of my unjust abuse with nothing more than a smile and a determination to do better next time. If you were blood of my blood, I would have hailed you as a prodigy, Naruto. As it is, your drive to succeed, your will to never give up, it has shown me the errors of my ways. I know now that you are not the Kyuubi Naruto. You are a hero that keeps us safe from it every single day and night. You keep it from doing to Choji what it did to me, and I thank you for that. With a heave, Chuza straightened himself to his full height, his spiky hair almost brushing the ceiling, before he performed a deep formal bow. Uzumaki Naruto, can you forgive me?